will stop at nothing until every child, no matter where they live, no matter their religion or class, identity or gender, until every girl can go to school. We raise our hands for education. Raise your hand now.
We got a real reason to celebrate and anticipate, Every day we're working our way to freedom. We're not gonna wait, not gonna wait. So we're not ever wasting no time. I drink our body, and we're not gonna change our minds. We'll find a way. I'm gonna make something of my life. I can't deny it. I know I can reach the highest of heights.
Raise your hand, build the future you need. Raise your hand.
Wanna hear your voice from the back? Come on, sing it.
Raise your hand.
Let's go.
Make the change that you need. Raise your hand.
Come on. Let's go.
Anything you do, make sure you do it right. Just believe that it will make you come alive, And together we can help to shine the light. We can shine the light,
Hola, hola, hola. Bingelela bonga makhule kanzima. Bingelela bonga madonse kanzima. Ngithi ku
to reach the highest point. Education for all, education for all.
You need education, the good for your information. For your emancipation, the good not there. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, any good you do, you know it's worth the fight. Just believe and it will make you come alive. Oh, there's the light inside every child.
everyone. Welcome to Forging Futures, a global education climate caucus co-hosted by the Global Partnership for Education and Oxfam in partnership with UNESCO, UNHCR, Education Cannot Wait, and the University of Copenhagen. We are truly so excited to have you join us, whether in person in this room or online, and for this milestone event on the road to COP28. And as we all grapple with this new reality of climate change, these types of events are really important as well. And it's really amazing to be joined by such diverse speakers from all over the world in this hybrid setting. We are currently living through two of the greatest child rights crises of our time. One is a global learning crisis, which is putting economies and lives on the line, and the other is the climate crisis, which is displacing millions globally and further exacerbating the inequalities which lack of quality education is creating around the world. Children and young people, especially girls, are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but are simultaneously the biggest stakeholders in creating a greener, more sustainable future. We've seen the connections between the global education crisis and the climate crisis personally in our village in Pakistan, where our activism journey began when we were 8 years old. As we advocated for girls in our community to continue their education over the years, we saw how climate change and the unbearable heat that it brought with it led girls who had no choice but to walk to school to stop going altogether in the summer months. Most recently, we saw climate change cause devastating floods, which saw 1/3 of Pakistan underwater, 30 million people being displaced, and schools being destroyed in a country that does not have the infrastructure or capacity to recover. Unfortunately, Pakistan's story is not unique and affects marginalized communities all over the world. Today, we hope that we can come together to discuss concrete ways to advocate for climate justice and achieve it, particularly through education, and help protect vulnerable communities globally. To begin our caucus today, we're honored to welcome Kirsten Busk Nielsen, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Copenhagen.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the University of Copenhagen. As you just said, my name is Kirsten, and I'm Dean of Faculty of Humanities. First of all, I would like to thank the Oxfam and Global Partnership for Education. Thank you for inviting us to join this conference, this conversation on how we can plan a future where we can secure that every child can continue to learn and where education helps us save the future of our planet. The current environmental crisis calls for transformation of many, many aspects of our daily lives, from societal organization to individual practices, and also of our ways of understanding ourselves as humans and as nature. At the Faculty of Humanities, we are working every day on providing and producing critical knowledge about the structures of everyday lives and the resources needed to make human behavior sustainable. Research on values, on communication, cultural practices, historical traditions, belief systems, aesthetics. In those ways, humanities collaborate to ensure popular engagement, green education, and new visions for a sustainable future. We do so in numerous ways. And one example is our Center for Applied Ecological Thinking, funded by the Ken Rasmussen Foundation, who promotes research-based outreach and outreach-based research. The key words in the center's profile and title is applied. The center focuses on hands-on problems and promote dialogue between stakeholders and the rich academic community of UCPH, University of Copenhagen, researchers. We're all committed to thinking in new ways about the relationship of humankind to the environment, to nature, as nature. Unfortunately, however, Dr. Stefan Gårdsmann Jacobsen, who is directing the center, is ill today, and he will not be able to give his keynote speak as planned, but as we say in Danish, illness is every man's master, sygdom er hver mands herre. So we just have to wish Stefan all the best in his absence. Fortunately, we do have so many very interesting speakers and participants today, And it's crucial that we all meet in these different settings that we can set up with all the different actors so that we could be able to tackle the huge challenges in front of us. So, without further ado, welcome to the University of Copenhagen, and let me give the floor back to our moderators. I wish you all a very fruitful day.
Thank you so much, Dean Nielsen. We'd now love to welcome Laura Frigenti, CEO of the Global Partnership for Education.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. And it is my really great pleasure to be here today to welcome those of you who have decided to join this event, both here in person and those who are connected and following us remotely. Let me start with thanking the many who have contributed to making this event really happening. And in particular, I want to start with our partners at Oxfam that have really been taking the forefront in working on that. The Dean of the University of Copenhagen that is hosting us in this very beautiful location, the Danish government that has been a champion for this agenda, the intersection of education and climate change, which is what we will be talking today, and the many leaders from partner countries and donor countries that will be joining us today and that will really, give their words to demonstrate how the attention of the world is laser focused on this topic. So thanks for all of you who care about this agenda. I had like 30 minutes of very energizing discussions with our youth leader, and I actually want to take the opportunity to thank our phenomenal moderator, our superstar, Mariam Nival, that will be guiding us all through the day. But as I was exchanging views, mainly listening to our youth leaders, that really gave me hope that this next generation really got the importance of the topics right, and they may be the one finding the right solution to actually solve this very difficult set of crises that are, really hurting potentially the future of the youth in the world. And this is what we are going to talk about. As advocate, as people who care about global development, as people that really care about the future of the world as good citizens. And I think that this is the spirit in which all of us who are here wants to, be attending this event. We stand at a crossroad, a point in line where our paralysis cost lives, not just now, but for generations to come. And I just want to say 3 things why I think that it is important. Just 3 very small examples. If progress stalls on securing 12 years of quality education for every child, future disaster-related facility would increase by 20% per decade. On the flip side, girls' education has been identified as the single most important socioeconomic determinant in reducing vulnerability to climate change and to many other things. I still can't believe why people are not thinking that massively investing in girls' education is really something that is going to bring about solutions to so many of the current crises in the world. The third point, economies can stand or fall on the backs of their education system, particularly as we push towards the green transition and green jobs. These green jobs are never going to be filled if the societies do not produce the skills that will actually have all it takes to actually, be capable of making this green transition happen. So let's reflect just on these 3 things as we move forward. If we make the commitment to take concrete system-wide actions from today forwards, we will help prevent not only loss of life, but the loss of hope and opportunities which we know education provides. And I couldn't stress how important this is. I mean, education is really much more than just the learning that happens in the classroom. Education is really what projects people towards their future, give them a self of self, give them a sense of belonging to society, the willingness willingness to contribute to society and the well-being of others. This is our connectivity to other human beings, comes through education. And I really would like everybody to really stay focused on that. And so while they are saying that lack of education may not be life-threatening as other crises are. We see the image on the newspapers, on the pandemic, on the food insecurities, and those are, of course, very hurtful image to all of us. Education is a silent crisis. The image of a child that is not in school, it's not as hurting as the image of someone that is dying. But in reality, education is a slow killer, and it is the lack of education, is a slow killer that will diminish our chance of creating a brighter future for both people and planet. And this is why climate change is a human-generated crisis, and its solution can only be found in changing human mindsets and behaviors. And education is the only pathway to that at scale. It's only through education that you reach a large number of people, that you pass on to them the right message, and that you make sure that they become the champion of that change that we want to see happen in their communities, in their families, in their society. Increasing climate shocks threaten to set back education progress secured over recent decades. The climate crisis is also an education crisis. Let me emphasize the scale and urgency of the challenge that we are facing. Imagine the entire population of Denmark and multiply it by about 8 times. That is the number of children that already have their education interrupted by extreme weather events every single year. 40 million real lives and real hopes for the future. Climate change could also displace more than 216 million people by 2050, forcing them out of their homes and school. By 2025, climate change events will end schooling for 12.5 million girls every year. I repeat, 12.5 million girls every year, preventing them from accessing the very thing that will enable them to reach their full potential. As the CEO of the Global Partnership for Education, I cannot stand back and allow that to happen. As we will hear from partners today, governments need immediate support to build quality education into their response to climate change and avoid sacrificing their education budget. Nearly 1/3 of GPE's education grants already include a climate component, and we are laser focused on these activities in all our discussion and conversation with the government. Meeting the urgency of this dual crisis requires unprecedented collective action to deliver transformative change at scale, empower the shift to safer, greener, more equitable and just society. And this is why we are all here today. So let's make this moment count. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Laura, for highlighting the impacts of climate change on education. And the important note that you made that I really liked was that the climate crisis is an education crisis as well. And we know that climate change and its solutions can be found in education. So the interconnections between the two are really important, and I hope that throughout this event, we highlight that and we find out ways that we can make the connections between them and fund them together. Sitting in this event's host country of Denmark, we are now honored to hear a very special statement from the Danish Minister of Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy. He was really disappointed to be called into urgent parliamentary business this morning, so we will now hear from him via video and then welcome remarks from the State Secretary on behalf of the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I would like to start by thanking the Global Partnership for Education and Oxfam Denmark for organizing this conference, for calling attention to the ways in which children's education is at risk due to climate change, as well as the ways in which education can play a transformative role in climate action. Denmark considers education a cornerstone in the efforts to achieve sustainable development. For that reason, we are very aware of the challenges to education created by climate change. Denmark fully supports the important work of Global Partnership for Education and other organizations working to shed light on the link between education and climate change, finding new ways to create more resilient education systems. In order to solve these challenges, We need to act now, and we need new and innovative financing mechanisms to make these actions possible. Denmark is doing our part, and today I'm happy to announce that we pledge to support Global Partnership for Education with 1 billion Danish kroners, about $140 million US, starting in 2022 and through to 2025. We want to support GPE in achieving its mission and get millions of children and young people in school. I regret that it hasn't been possible for me to attend today's conference in person, but I wish you a successful conference, and I look forward to further engage with you on this critical agenda. Thank you.
Wow, that's 1 billion Danish kroner for GPE to help tackle the world's learning crisis and help get every child climate ready through education. Lotte Machon, now over to you.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Yes. So good morning and good afternoon all. As you said, I'm Lotte Machon. I serve as State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Global Development Policy. As you've just heard from the Danish Minister for Development and Global Climate Policy, education is a cornerstone in the Danish engagement with the world. It's a key part of trying to forge and realize the SDGs, and we continue to stand firm on our support. This is underscored by the pledge that the Minister just made of 1 billion Danish kroners over the next 4 years. We are happy to continuing the close cooperation that we have with GPE. So it's a clear part of the Danish strategy for development cooperation to continue to contribute to education, to ensure that no one is left behind. We recognize that the SDG 4, the access to quality education, is key to delivering and is a necessary condition even for realizing the other SDGs. In this endeavor, we need partners like Oxfam, Denmark, GPE, and other educational actors, and therefore we are also happy to co-host this conference. As the Minister said, he's sorry that he's not here. And climate change is here. We feel it every day. No one is shielded from the effects of climate change. And this is why we need to think education, development, and climate together. This goes for whether it's the direct impact of climate change from hurricanes, floods, and droughts, or the indirect impacts when families take out their children out of school so that they can help put food on the table, something that disproportionately hit girls. When a girl is taken out of school, she loses an opportunity to create a better future for herself and for her own children. Her risk of experiencing sexual and gender-based violence increases dramatically, and her ability to decide over her own body also decreases. If, when, and how many children to have. The ripple effects are clear. So this is why we need a resilient education system that can withstand the impact of climate change and make sure that students continue to learn. This is also about equipping children and young people with the knowledge and the tools they need to contribute to local climate adaptation. Thus, in Denmark's education partnership, and that goes both for the multilateral and the bilateral, those that we have with our partner countries, we will increasingly aim to coordinate and couple the two, climate and education and gender. In terms of financing, Denmark appreciates greatly the efforts of GPE and others to establish innovative finance mechanisms to this end. So Denmark also applauds how the COP20 Air Chair has put education and skills on this COP agenda to get it on the into the high politics arena. Also, education is part of next year's UN Summit of the Future in 24. It's even for the African Union, 24 is the year of education. So there's certainly a momentum building up. But we need, and it's the responsibility of all of us, to make sure that we accelerate that moment and that we also ensure that it's not just words on paper, but it actually gets translated into action. Thank you very much. Have a good conference.
Thank you so much, Secretary Macron, for highlighting the importance of action over words. As we already know, we can only achieve climate and economic justice through meaningful investments and partnership. In this session, we're looking forward to hearing from donors and partner country leaders around the world. First, we'd like to warmly welcome His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al Ghurg, CEO and Vice Chairman of Dubai Cares, the host of the Rewired Summit, to set out the challenges and opportunities ahead of us as we advance towards the first ever COP hosted by the UAE that is putting youth, children, education, and skills at its heart. Over to Tariq, joining us live from Dubai.
Good morning, everyone. Just give me a second just to fix my camera. It was on off. So, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. It was good to see so many of you in New York just 2 weeks ago at UNGA, and we are almost 2 months away from the second edition of the Rewired Summit, and it will be this time at the COP28, where we will convene again to make the case for global education transformation for climate action. And since coming back from New York, I have had a chance to reflect on all the discussions that took place at UNGA. And based on those, I firmly believe that today our decision to either treat education and climate as two different problems or the exact same problem, and that will have a significant consequence on our future generations. And Laura, thank you for convening this important gathering weeks before the COP28, so we can all be ready for this important venture of climate and education and the nexus in between them. And as I mentioned earlier, to me, they are one and the same, and neither of these two interconnected global challenges can be solved without looking for solutions with the others. A complete rewiring of our education systems that involves every sector, every voice, and every stakeholder is the only way forward to achieve our climate ambitions. I've been saying this for almost 2 years now, since the last Rewired Summit, and I am glad to see that all the agencies and a lot of corporate sector are moving towards having education as an important tool towards climate issues. And when we talk about education transformation per se, what we are essentially talking about is reclaiming the role of education in shaping the citizens of tomorrow. We are also influencing their behaviors and guiding their actions in a way that allows them to live and work in harmony with the environment and contribute to the prosperity of their families, communities, as well as their own countries and nations. Today, our current education systems do not serve this purpose, but by investing our efforts in transforming every stage of learning, we can nurture and empower generations of citizens who will think, behave, and act in the interest of people and planet through their everyday decision-making. And in this regard, the decision of the board of the Global Partnership for Education to scale support for the climate smart education systems framework and mobilize innovative finance towards the climate change education nexus, as I have mentioned earlier, is a commendable effort that aligns with this vision. This solution-centric approach and mindset to transforming education for a sustainable future will be at the heart of all our engagements at the second edition of the Rewired Summit at COP28, where Dubai Cares, along with Rewired Summit's strategic partners such as the GPE, will convene the education and climate sectors together to align strategies and agendas and collectively drive real action through global and national commitments. We will also look into innovative practices, and the main thing here is to have a lot of scalable solutions. And with Dubai Cares being the first non-government organization to support the GPE, and given our long-standing partnership, our alignment and vision for COP28 reflects our shared commitment to positioning education transformation at the heart of a sustainable future. And with this COP being the first in its history to prioritize education in climate discussions, we remain committed in all our efforts to supporting the COP28 presidency and making it a COP of action. And that will happen by ensuring that the Rewired Summit is a summit of solutions. Concrete recommendations from the Rewired Summit will be connected to climate and education agendas at future COPs and at the Summit of the Future, making it a critical moment that can change the course to 2030. So I invite you all to be part of this moment and join us on the 8th of December 2023, 2 months from today, in Dubai, to contribute your solutions and be part of a truly pivotal moment for education and decisive moment for our children and youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Your Excellency, and highlighting how COP this year will highlight education and also be action-oriented. That's really great to hear. Now we're delighted to hear from Jutta Urpilainen, the EU Commissioner for International Partnerships.
Dear friends, I thank the Danish Minister, dear Dan, and the Global Partnership for Education for hosting this important event ahead of COP28. The climate change education nexus is crucial. Climate change is hugely disruptive to learning. Every year, 37 million children have their education interrupted by extreme weather. On the other hand, education is at the heart of finding solutions. Education provides knowledge and skills to solve sustainability challenges. Learning can promote changes in behavior and in consumer habits. It increases the adaptive capacity of communities. The EU aims for climate neutrality by 2050. Together with our member states, we are the largest provider of climate financing in the world. In the current 7-year financing cycle, the EU has committed 35% of its external action budget to climate and biodiversity. And in partner countries, under my responsibility, at least 10% to education. This includes the historic commitment of 700 million euros to the GPE. We are happy to cooperate with you. Our education and youth policies address climate change in a number of ways through our main priorities. First, through promotion of gender equality. Girls are particularly vulnerable to climate change. Second, through teacher training. Teachers can pass knowledge on climate action and resilience. Our regional teacher initiative in Africa will offer innovative solutions for greening teacher education. And finally, through promotion of future-proof skills and creation of next-generation jobs under Global Gateway investment strategy. We also put youth at the heart of our action. Our Youth Action Plan in the EU External Action enables young people to contribute to sustainable development. Climate change is addressed by our Youth Empowerment Fund and the Development Education and Awareness Programme, DEAR. Dear friends, the EU remains a strong supporter of the GPE and welcomes the emerging focus on climate. We need to make sure that every individual is provided with the competencies and skills to preserve the planet.
It's great to hear this commitment from the European Commissioner, and we will now hear from His Excellency Ahmed Hussein, Minister of International Development from Canada.
Bonjour. Hello everyone. Thank you to the Global Partnership for Education and Oxfam for convening this timely and important event. About 1 billion children today, nearly half of all children in the world, live in countries that are at extremely high risk for the effects of climate change. And while these children are the least responsible for climate change, they will be the most affected by its impacts. That's why we need to plan for a future where every child can continue to learn and where their education can help bring about the transition to greener societies around the world. Certainly, Canada is committed to ensuring access to safe, inclusive, quality education for all, especially girls. In fact, the needs of adolescent girls are at the very core of Canada's feminist international assistance policy, and we continue to champion girls' education in conflict and crisis. Through the G7 Charlevoix Education Initiative and the Together for Learning campaign, and support for global partners that take a cross-cutting approach to education and climate change, such as the Global Partnership for Education and Education Cannot Wait. Canada has been a supporter of the Global Partnership for Education since its inception, most recently pledging $300 million. And of course, the Government of Canada has been a partner of Oxfam for 40 years, providing over $230 million in financial support. Last year, we contributed close to $14 million to Oxfam's Geared for Success project to help more than 190,000 refugees and displaced children and youth in South Sudan and Uganda to access education. All this to ensure every child, including those impacted by extreme poverty or conflict, can get the education they need to thrive and contribute to a more prosperous and sustainable world. Canada looks forward to engaging more in the emerging climate education head of state and government declaration in advance of COP28. We also look forward to continuing to work with you to help unlock the potential of the world's youth and build a greener and brighter future for all of us. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Those were some great ideas by Minister Hussein, and it's great to hear that they'll be looking into the connection between climate and education again as well. Next, we'll be hearing from Her Excellency Farah Sheikh Abdul Qadir, Federal Minister of Education, Culture, and Higher Education, joining us live from Somalia.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone here. Distinguished guests, greetings from Mogadishu, Somalia, to all of you. Let me say brief about the climate change situation in Somalia and how it affects the education. Climate change significantly affects Somalia given its strategic location, particular socio-economic conditions, and reliance on agriculture. Somalia has experienced a severe and prolonged drought, which are believed to have been exacerbated by the climate change. Climate change primarily manifested through recurring droughts, floods, and other extreme weather events in Somalia, has ripple effects on many sectors of the country, including education. The impacts of climate education on climate change on Somalia's education system include school closures for prolonged droughts, floods, and other natural disasters, displacement of families that move in search of water, food, and shelter, increased dropout rates for the economic strains caused by the climate change, hunger and malnutrition that can have a long-term cognitive impacts and affecting child's ability to grasp educational content, resource constraints where the limited government resources that might have been otherwise located to the education sector could be diverted to the immediate climate related crisis, such as food, water provision, or medical care. Also, the impact include gender disparities in terms of economic and environmental stress. Cultural factors may prioritize the education of boys over the girls. Lack of school infrastructure destroyed by the floods and droughts, inadequate curriculum, the standard of curriculum might not address climate change adequately to teach students about sustainable practices to mitigate its impacts. So this is some of the few issues that portrays the impact of the climate change on the education. The role I feel that the education plays in mitigating the impact, one of it is creating more awareness and understanding, and building education that integrates climate science and sustainable practices can equip next generation with knowledge about the challenges they face and ways to address them. A foundational understanding on climate change, its causes and its effects can be imparted to students. This creates a generation of citizens who are aware of the challenges and can make informed decisions. Building resilience by learning about the climate change, agricultural practices, water conservation, sustainable resource management, that students can apply these techniques in their communities and reducing the vulnerability. Innovation, critical thinking, and problem solving that can position to innovate and devise localized solutions to the unique challenges posed by the climate change. Encouraging problem solving and innovation centered on local climate challenges can lead to a grassroots solutions. For instance, students might develop local strategies for drought resilience, empowerment and advocacy for individuals understanding the global and local dynamics of climate change that can create advocates who can push for policy changes and community action. Educated individuals in Somalia can better advocate for effective climate policies. Integrate climate education into the curriculum. We need to introduce climate change concepts in science, geography, and social science lessons, skills development, community engagement, economic diversification, where a robust education system can help diversify Somali economy by training individuals in various professions, reducing over-reliance on climate vulnerable sectors like the agriculture. Before I come to the donors, which I commend their general support, what the international community needs to do about this issue is to do more technical assistance and funding and grants. Organizations like the Global Partnership for Education play a vital role in financing educational initiatives. Directive funding can help build climate resilience schools, provide educational materials, and train teachers. Research and data for helping the local people to understand specific challenges and tailor their curriculum accordingly. And then develop and forge partnership of international institutions that can collaborate with the local universities and schools on exchange programs, workshops, and joint research projects focusing on climate change. Ensuring representation, Somalia's voice is heard in international climate forums and negotiations. We are committed and prepared to attend the COP28 in Dubai in the coming session and recognize and consider specific challenges and needs of countries on the front lines of the climate change. Strengthening the systems and capacity building, a strong national system is essential for coordinating and implementing strategies to address multifaceted challenges by climate change. A strong national system ensures there's a centralized and cohesive strategy for addressing climate change that's implemented across regions rather than fragmented efforts. Training programs for educators, policymakers, and community leaders can equip them with the skills and knowledge to address the climate change. For the donors and financiers, targeted funding should be very important and priority for the projects that integrate climate change into the education and resilience building, and also develop a long-term commitment and flexible financing and local partnership and leveraging resources for entities and organizations like GPE that can use their influence to encourage other donors, including private sector partners. I would like to conclude that the importance of the education in the climate change cannot be emphasized more, and hope that in the COP28, and it's particularly focused on education in climate change, will give more focus on the issue of education. I would like to thank all of you. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Minister Abdul Qadir. It was really important to hear and understand how the reality of climate change is impacting Somalia, and also how the funding from GPE has supported with education there as well. Now we'll be hearing from the Right Honourable Andrew Mitchell, MP for the United Kingdom, and also the Minister for Development and Africa.
Hello, I am very sorry that I cannot join you today in person. This agenda is close to my heart, and I know we're united in our desire to build a brighter future for our young people and for our planet. It is clear that we cannot achieve a sustainable future without education. Neither can we deliver the education that all young people deserve without addressing the devastating impacts of climate change, which is disrupting schooling for 40 million children a year. We know that we must equip children and young people, particularly girls, with the knowledge, skills and agency they need to forge a cleaner, greener, more sustainable future for their communities. That's one of the many reasons that the UK champions the right of 12 years of quality education for every girl everywhere. The good news is that there's a groundswell of support for this vital action. At the Education World Forum in London a few months ago, more and more ministers raised the issue of climate and environmental change, improving their school infrastructure to resist floods and reduce temperatures to help children learn, and making sure green issues are on the curriculum. Now, forging futures is galvanizing action and ambition as we look ahead to COP28 later this year. For our part, the UK is determined to continue our leadership on this agenda. We are one of the largest bilateral donors to the global partnership, and I commend its new strategic capability on climate change and efforts to boost climate finance for education through some innovative mechanisms. The Greening Education Partnership, with its aim to make every learner climate ready, is another example of the brilliant efforts underway. We applaud UNESCO for their global leadership in establishing the partnership, and we stand with them. We also welcome the leadership and ambition of the UAE as COP28 president. We must seize this game-changing moment to build further momentum on climate and education action, because we know time is running out to ensure that every child can fulfill their extraordinary potential. I wish you all the very best for your discussions today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Minister. Now we will hear from Norway's Minister for International Development, Anne Beate Tveneriem, and His Excellency Dr. Faut Simalavong, Laos Minister of Education and Sports.
Dear all, I would like to thank the organizers for hosting this conference. The discussion is timely. The devastating effects of the climate crisis are evident. Nearly half of the world's children live in countries at extremely high risk of climate change. At the same time, we have a global hunger situation, and these challenges are closely interlinked. Climate change must be tackled in a way that doesn't threaten food production. And we need to reduce emissions from food production and from our consumption. That's why integrating development policy and climate policy is a key priority for Norway. One of the best ways to do just that is to link small-scale food producers with equitable value chains and markets. Local food production is key to local food security for families. And together with USAID, we just launched the FASA Fund for small and medium-sized agricultural enterprises in Africa. I invite you to join us as partners. Investing in education systems is also critical to building resilience. Quality education systems can foster critical thinking and a deep understanding of environmental issues. And I am convinced that it is the young minds that will lead on in the green transition. To do that, they need good schools. I wish you a fruitful and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Minister. And now we will be moving on to His Excellency Dr. Phelps Simalavong, Laos Minister of Education and Sports.
Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. First of all, I would like to thank GPE and Oxfam to organize a crucial and relevant topic to existing changing world, with providing me the opportunity to address this esteemed ministerial segment and deliver a brief statement along with my fellow ministerial speakers. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I would like to share Laos' action to build climate resilience by aligning education sector plans to disaster management plans. Laopedia locates in Southeast Asia, and recently Laopedia has suffered from the climate change and natural disasters. In the last 3 years, country experienced the devastating effects of tropical cyclones, tropical storm, and typhoon. These calamities resulted in severe flooding and widespread damage to people, educational infrastructure, desks, chairs, textbooks, teaching materials, and school buildings, as well as rising of students absent in each fiscal years, leading to impact to the quality of education as a whole. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic emerges as a form of disaster, affecting all sectors, particularly education, science, and sports activities. The outbreak forced the temporary closure of educational institutions throughout the country, the shutdown of stadiums and sports facilities, and the cancellation of sports events. In response, we have to adapt our approaches of learning and teaching to distant or blended learning models. We embrace new modalities such as learning through radio, television, satellite TV, digital learning resources, curriculum adjustment, redesign learning assessment, upgrading ICT and digital skills of teachers. The content of climate resilience had also integrated into the extracurricular as a supplementary materials. Schools create the green, safe, and friendly atmospheres and resilient to climate change and natural disasters. Schools are also a part of Village Disaster Management Committee. All in all, the sensitized to climate resilience and natural disaster in education policy at each level have been recognized in Laopedia. In conclusion, I believe actively participate in this meeting, contributing our experiences and insights with high responsibility will lead to mutual understanding among all of us. I trust we can encourage and integrate disaster and climate change resilience into education planning as the main priority of each country as well as in Laopedia. I express my sincere gratitude to the co-chair and extend our readiness to give and provide any necessary support for the implementation of disaster and climate change resilience in education sector. The Ministry of Education and Sports is committed to work and cooperate with international community to come across climate change and disasters. Finally, I would like to wish Excellencies, Ministers, and all delegates stay safe, and I wish the meeting a great success. Thank you very much.
It was great hearing from His Excellency Dr. Fout about the impact of climate change on Lao, as well as what they're doing to incorporate changes within their curriculum, and the shared commitment that we need from the world in order to take action to support countries like Lao who are facing the disastrous impacts of the climate crisis. To help us close out this opening ceremony, let's hear a special address from UN Special Envoy and Chair of the ECW High-Level Steering Group, the Right Honourable Gordon Brown, former Prime Minister of the UK.
Distinguished colleagues, I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. While I'm online and at a physical distance, I'm with you in spirit, because now you will have heard from a range of partner countries and donors that demonstrate our collective and enthusiastic commitment to the cause of getting children into school. As we sit here, 224 million in the most crisis-hit countries are in urgent need of education. 72 million children are completely out of school. And for the first time in history, the majority of the displaced are in crisis, not primarily because of armed conflict. Children are on the move under the scourge of drought and floods because they're at the front line of the climate crisis. And these children are increasingly missing out on a quality education, left without basic literacy or numeracy skills, let alone the additional qualifications they'll need to enter the workforce. And it's this escalating rate of climate-induced displacement now happening on a staggering scale that we must pay attention to, and to the devastating knock-on effects in the form of school closures and other interruptions to education. For last year saw a record 30 million internal displacements due to climate-induced disasters, from floods and landslides to cyclones and droughts, and we now know that climate change could force at least 200 million people across 6 world regions to move within their own countries by 2050, and many million of these will be children and adolescents already affected by conflict. Martin Luther King talked about the fierce urgency of now. What we now need is to turn our words into action. We know that you cannot have a healthy planet without a healthy population, and we also know you cannot have successful mitigation and adaptation without education. And it's our responsibility to ensure that children are empowered through the learning process to take action to create a greener world. COP28 provides a golden opportunity for us to deliver on this responsibility. First, we must work collectively to put education right at the heart of adaptation policy and decision-making. Governments must give robust consideration to education in their national adaptation plans, and with adequate financing secured to deliver on these plans. Secondly, we must leave Dubai with progress on the Loss and Damage Fund, and for education, this means at a minimum ensuring that restoring education infrastructure is in the remit. Thirdly, and finally, we urgently need to see increased investment on both climate and education. Donors need to come to COP28 with new financial pledges. During UNGA recently in New York, I raised a specific call for action from petrostates. They have gained levels of windfall profits that were never foreseen, and they're coming at the expense of countries in the global south where people are paying most for their energy bills. These petrostates can make a contribution, as can the world's largest companies in the oil and gas sector, to help make a difference. We simply cannot fill the gaps without a team effort, without everyone, public and private sectors, the richest countries in particular, pulling in the same direction, and those with the most capacity to give, giving most. And as we do so, yes, we must build a greener curriculum and greener schools, but we must not forget about those children denied an education by the climate crisis right here, right now, in front of our eyes. Funds like Education Cannot Wait, of which I'm proud to be chair, is just one example of how we would be able to achieve results if properly financed. From the Sahel to Somalia, Pakistan to Peru, The fund still needs 620 million to reach its 1.5 billion funding target for the next few years. Millions of children's futures are hanging in the balance. Their education cannot wait, and we can do a huge amount to help them now. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of this powerful ministerial opening ceremony. We heard about the challenges, we heard about solutions, and we heard about commitments, and it's a great place to start, and we hope we're able to see the results of these actions over the next little while. To reflect on what we've heard so far and lead us into our next session, please join us in welcoming the Secretary General of Oxfam Denmark, Lars Koch.
Hello. Thank you, good morning, good afternoon. And thank you, Miriam and Nival. I've been asked to be sitting here in the Fireside, as we call it, so I'll be sitting here. Thanks to all the speakers we have heard here this morning who showed their commitment to address this climate education nexus. They actually all point to the dual challenge that we have of, on the one hand, protect education from the climate change that we are already seeing, and on the other hand, harness the power of education to address the climate change that we are facing. This dual dilemma, this dual challenge that we are facing. It was great to see the minister from Somalia, the honorable minister from Somalia and from Laos, from some of these countries where you see the climate change is really affecting education. I'm just this morning landed from Kenya, where I visited Turkana, a drought-hidden area in the north of Kenya, very close to Somalia, facing the same droughts that they are facing in Somalia. For 5 years ahead, the rain hasn't come. The people I met there, they don't see any future. I mean, their livelihood has gone. The animal has died. They are pastoralists. They can't survive. The school system has been disrupted, and we have to address that. It's created, as Gordon Brown said, by us consuming and burning fossil fuels. These people who are at the front line of climate change, they have no responsibility for what is happening to their future in that sense. That's on the other hand, what was encouraging with these people who are at the brink of survival to a certain extent is they also call for education. They see education as a way out of the crisis that they are facing. They see education that they should learn what is it that is happening to their surroundings, to their local climate, to their communities, and how can they respond to that? What are the means that they should have to be able to accommodate to the changes they're seeing in the future? So, I mean, what we have to look at, and I believe Laura, GPE is at the hotspot of this. When you're at the center of this, what is it that we should be doing? What are your strategies and plans to strengthen education as a part of the solution, so we would actually help these people that I just met in northern Kenya?
Thank you, Lars. Thank you for the question. And I think that several in the conversations that we had as we were waiting for this event to start, I think they stressed the fact that education is everything in somebody's life. And I think that I want to go back to the words that you said about children in Somalia that are living in such a difficult situation, but nevertheless they see education as part of the solution, because education opens mind, stimulates creativities, make them feel about the opportunities, make them feel that there is hope. And that is what ultimately is the is the springboard to making change in your life and bring innovation and making things happen. Now, not all the leaders of the world, in spite of the very encouraging, statement that we had today, not all the leaders of the world see that. they see a lot of more urgent crises, and they don't necessarily always look at education as a solution. So I think that what we need to do is to continue bring the evidence that education is just much more than the learning that happens in the class, that education really unlocks opportunities for individual and ultimately in the aggregate unlocks opportunities for society to find solutions to very critical problems, including climate change. And I feel that that is the first. So the first thing is the advocacy, the data, the gathering, the evidence that by investing in certain type of activities, by investing in education, you actually create solutions that go well beyond education. The second part, I think, is to be ourselves creative in the way in which we use the resources that we have. I was happy to hear for the first time, I think, in the past few months, and in particular, and I think Gordon Brown was making reference to that, around UNGA, the conversation around innovative financing in education. This is a relatively new thing. This is a community, and we have to say that has been very conservative in the way in which they approach the whole issue of financing the sector, much more so than other sectors. If I think about all the whiz engineering that they do in the climate change space, we haven't done much of that. So we really need to think in a different way about how to finance the sector, because we are living a difficult time of so many concurrent crises. And there is no sufficient resources to finance in the traditional way all these crises that are happening at the same time. So it's really incumbent upon ourselves to find different ways to resource a sector that really needs it. And I'm delighted to say that GPE has been at the forefront on the financing innovation. We are pushing very hard on that, and we will continue doing so. And then the third thing is really to try to break the silos. I hate when we have conversation about climate change, one silos, education, one silos, the other things, another silos. I mean, I like to look at development from one single standpoint, which is the standpoint of individuals, the people. The people are at the epicenter of all this crisis. We need to be able to look at the interconnection of the different problems and how they hit on individual, and from there find a solution. If we start from the sectoral point of view, that's the development of the 80s. That is not the way in which we can really move this agenda forwards in this moment with this complexity of issues and with this scarcity of resources. So I would say that that is what I think we should be doing as people that are so advocate, innovate, and really eliminate the barriers. That will be my 3 solutions type of recipe. But let me ask you, Lars, because a lot of people talk about investment, and obviously, I mean, that's a given. You need more resources to do more. But where do you see the barriers about, finding the adequate support around the education agenda from where you stand?
I think, first of all, it's important to say that the lack of finance for education, the lack of finance for climate, it's not due to they don't have the funds. It's a political lack of will. It is totally, to Oxfam, totally unacceptable that countries, they have to choose between sending children to school or address the climate change, which is often coming from factors from abroad. It's totally unacceptable. And it's not due to lack of funding. I mean, we are in a world where we see an abundance of money, and we see that we could, if we were more innovative and there was more political will, we could do this. We recently published a report on equity in spending. I have 4 things I would say on this. One is equity in spending. Oxfam Denmark recently published a report where we saw that each child in Denmark receives 400 times more than a student from a low-income country. Or that Denmark invests more in education than all low-income countries combined. I I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an inequality which is, I mean, non-acceptable. And it's not that there's not will in the developing countries and the low-income countries to invest. Actually, they spend up to 15-20% or more of their government budgets in education, but the budgets are too small, so the outcome is too little. So that brings me to the second element, which is at a core instrument for us in the Oxfam as innovative finance. This is about, I mean, mobilizing domestic resources from tax. Again, I'm just back from Kenya, and I were at the conference also in Nairobi. I mean, there's an abundance of wealth. There are numerous billionaires in Nairobi. There's a huge, in Kenya, there's a huge inequality. And at the same time, I just came back for this visit to people in the north who have nothing. I mean, Kenya could easily, by taxing rich people, by taxing their corporates, by taxing, I mean, external foreign companies in Kenya, they could mobilize way more funding to invest in education. So we have to, and also as Gordon Brown said, we have to consider also, can we tax some of the fossil fuels companies or the petrostates that have been, I mean, creating this crisis in order to finance education. And then third, and that is where you come in very strongly, Laura, that's more and better aid. I mean, I sincerely believe that, I mean, the model that GPE has developed, where I also in Kenya visited our education network partner, civil society partner in Kenya, and they were telling proudly about the education compact they have established in Kenya among all partners, private, government, donors, civil society, teachers, unions, and so forth, where they address jointly and with financing from GPE and others, among them Lego Foundation, they jointly address this challenge of education in Kenya. I mean, this way of harnessing the power of aid through stronger partnership, also to mobilize more resources and invest them, importantly, accountable, and having civil society to contribute to accountable. Then finally, this is about, I mean, what we in Oxfam call people power. I mean, what you're also contributing to, and what this conference should contribute to, and what COP28 should contribute to, that is to mobilize a movement that can demand these changes on climate and on education. We have to mobilize more people to understand these issues. We have to, I mean, towards the upcoming COP28, we have heard there's emerging a declaration on climate and education. We have to mobilize people around this issue. We have to mobilize particularly young people. I'm particularly happy to see that there's a lot of young people who have met also the days before this conference today. And this has been mobilizing the young people whose future is at play on the climate and on education. It's this power that we have to mobilize.
Lars, I really want to thank you actually because you reminded us of one very important thing, that the education sector, beyond, of course, innovation, also needs expanding the conversation to an audience that goes beyond the sector. And that is also something that we haven't done. All the issues that you have raised about inequity in investment, the need for an equitable fiscal policy, domestic resources mobilization, these are things that needs to be discussed with ministers of finance, with other type of actors than the one that we generally have in these events. And I like to take up the invitation from our friend Tarek to use the next COP session that gave us a very good platform about the nexus on climate and education, to actually use that platform to also continue the effort to expand this dialogue. With that, I think that the two of us have spoken even too much, and we should be moving to the next session, and I leave it in the competent hand of our moderators. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. That was a great conversation, and I particularly appreciated your focus on equity, especially between lower income countries or countries where the climate crisis hits hardest. So thank you so much for that. We will now be moving into our first spotlight session of the day on climate driving displacement and disrupting learning, led by UNHCR and ECW, moderated by climate and education activist with the UNFCCC, Serena Bashal. You'll be here. Actually, where's the session happening? I think, yeah, you're over there. Oh, yes, here. You can be over here.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good morning and welcome to today's event. Welcome to everyone in the room and also everyone online. Thank you for coming to our session. And this is our spotlight session today on driving displacement and disrupting learning. 1 second. So yeah, I'm Serena. I am originally from the UK. And here today, I'm also a student myself, and I'm here representing the UNFCCC Children and Youth Network or mechanism. And yeah, I'm a climate and education activist, as mentioned in the intro. And so this session is organized today by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and also Education Cannot Wait. So just to give you a bit of background and info into what this event is about. So, as we already know, as we've already been introduced today, the climate crisis is driving a migration crisis. And there are millions and millions of young people right there on the front lines. Climate-related disasters have a particularly serious impact on education for young, displaced populations. So this morning, for the last couple of hours or so, we've been listening to a lot of these high-level overviews and a lot of ministers and talking at this policy level. And so now we're here to listen to the stories and to really bear witness of the stories of some young people who are living this reality. And also some adult people who are responding to this reality as well. So our speakers today want to achieve two things today. And so that's to raise your awareness of the impact of the crisis on displaced people and also showcase what effective responses can look like. So without further ado, it's really my pleasure to introduce our speakers today. So we have from on the far right, Mr. Opira Bosco Okut, who is an advocate for refugee rights to education and climate action and also founder of The Leads. Next to Opira, we have Merem Taha, who is a climate justice activist and a representative of the Association Les Femmes de la Diaspora Tchadienne, or Women of Chadian Diaspora. On my right, we have Mr. Michael Corlin, who is the Chief of Finance and Operations at Education Cannot Wait. And then in the middle, we have Nina Papadopoulos, who is a Senior Education Officer at the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And also, so we have this panel today, and I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge the voices of the children and young people who actually can't be here right now, or the missing majority, and it's these young people specifically, the ones who are the most marginalized, the most vulnerable, who are really, really suffering from climate change. And yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge these missing voices as well. Okay, so let's turn now to our storytellers today. So Opira, gonna start with you. So you were born in and you grew up in South Sudan, but you were displaced to the Palabek refugee settlement in Uganda due to conflict. And now you use your own history to advocate for the rights of refugees and advance support for them and advocate for them and their access to education, who are being displaced not only by conflict, but as we've already been talking today, by all of these interlapping and interweaving issues, so conflict, the climate crisis and various crises. So can you tell us more about how climate change is driving displacement in Uganda, and how is it disrupting learning?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Serena, for the welcome. And thank you so much to the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to highlight the story of displacement and perhaps what has happened and what is happening now. I want to start by, I know most of us understand already the statistics of what is the population of refugees in Uganda, which we know Uganda is hosting the largest number of refugees from East Africa and the Great Lake region. But I want to specifically highlight that 94% of those refugees are staying in rural areas with no access to electricity and poor infrastructure. I mean, classroom as well, mostly is made of wood. Uganda refugees consume 1.5 million tons of firewood yearly. And 93% of this population also use only firewood as a source of energy for cooking food. Meanwhile, 7% use charcoal, meaning none of them use like electricity or any mean for energy. Also, our infrastructure like shelter is made of a temporary structure called grass thatch house. And that means 100% of refugee population depend on natural resources, which is tree and grasses for their welfare, for their shelter, for everything. Now, Palabeg refugee settlement, where I come from, which opened in 2017, I stayed for 2 years and started witnessing a number of changes, which from 2019, I saw decreasing number of trees which were surrounding us, and strong wind started to destroy our shelter. I started witnessing the conflict between us and the refugees and host community was escalating and increasing. GBV cases, more children dropped from school. In 2021, when school reopened, only 44% of children returned back to school. Poverty increased, as the war increased and conflict around the world. UNHCR had insufficient support for refugees, and poverty increased, and there was also high increase in hot weather. That was in 2019. But lucky enough, in 2020, I accessed education through Danish scholarship, which is sponsored by the German government. I thank them so much for that opportunity. When I accessed education, I started acknowledging and understanding the real situation and what I could do to, act on this situation. So while at school, this knowledge, education equipped me with the knowledge and ambition, more ambition to act and respond to the need of our community. And then I had to go ahead to mobilize our fellow refugees who accessed education to see how we can respond to the crisis that our community faced. Children are not going to school, increasing conflict between refugees and host community, and so many other problems that no one was responsible in solving. So we see that what could we do? So we started mobilizing ourselves to create awareness on understanding the climate change and what we can do to mitigate the impact by ourselves. So this also led to consequent foundation of the organization that Serena talked about, which is the Leeds, and the organization is simply owned by a group of refugees who accessed education. I want to also say this crisis kept on increasing, from January 2020 to this year, 2023, every year from Feb to June, you find people plant their crops and crop dies, and they have to slash this maize down. And I also want to give an information to the audience that refugees solely depend on agriculture as a source of their livelihood. So when crops are destroyed, there is no way they can feed their children. And there is no way children can be supported to access education because they sell part of this food crop to pay their children to school. So part of the action that we started doing was planting trees through our organization and creating awareness to the communities and letting them know that they should plant trees to mitigate these changes in the climate. So we had a lot of statistics we've been speaking about today. I want to let us know that if not almost whole, then 90% of these people who will be affected, like 12.5 million people who will be affected, all of them, all the refugee children will be inclusive. And a greater proportion of these children will come from less developed countries. So I call upon the global leaders and the donors to increase access to education for displaced people. Because for me, I was wondering if I did not access education, whether I would support the tree planting activities that we are currently doing, whether we would come to motivate our community to act and understand the climate change, whether we would be able to actually do what we are doing now. So supporting refugee resilience and sustainable agricultural activities is one of the ways to ensure girls go to school. I understand policies are strict, including donor policies, government policies, but if our policies are inclusive to giving refugees opportunity to access to finance, in climate actions, if we can, reduce barrier to access to finance, for example, for refugee-led organizations, that would give them an opportunity to not only contribute to global development, but also empower their community to act within their capacity they can. So I want to thank you so much, Serena, for the opportunity, and I will wish to answer any question in the case.
So there you have it, directly from someone who's actually been directly impacted by such issues. And Opira is going to be around today, so please do go and ask him more about his story and learn more about what's happening. It's so complex. It's like, how can a child or a young person even get to school when climate change is destroying their ability to get food or just get basic finances to support their family? And then if they do go to school, it's like, then what about when a disaster strikes and then the school is like not even accessible to then get to, and it just is awful. But then you hear about the importance of global funds and partnerships and events, or the stakeholders within events like today, because then Opira was able to get a scholarship to go to school. Okay, I'd like to now move on to our next speaker. So Miriam, continuing this theme and this conversation with you as well. So as mentioned, you represent the association Les Femmes de la Diaspora Chadian Community. So we know that Chad is at the forefront of extreme temperature changes. And after having experienced these impacts, you now act as a voice for your community on the global stage. So again, can you tell us more about how is climate change disrupting learning and driving displacement?
Hello everyone. I'm honored to be on this panel. As Selena already said, I represent the association Les Femmes de la Diaspora Chadienne, a humanitarian organization who working to defend the right of women, refugee people, and children to access to education, water, food security. And as a defender of my indigenous people, the Ga, originally from the Chad, I'm the first representative in the international of my community. The theme of this conference is powerful, as it reminds the climate change is not a sea itself. Climate change has direct impact on your fundamental aspect of your life. Every crisis, whether it's climate-related, war-related, or other crises, affect the progress we make in education. It's imperative that we don't put climate change issue on the back seat. For example, in Chad, in many of the regions of Sahel, we are facing the consequences of desertification, with temperature rising constantly. This is jeopardizing the food security of nomad or farmer, and jeopardizing access to education. How we can expect children to attend school when food security is not guaranteed, and parents are facing financial difficulty. Facing with the reality, some parents are forced to look work in the city, or even abroad, experiencing employment in their country of origin. In some cases, girls marry early to guarantee the financial stability, making the education of girls extremely complex. We, the indigenous people, wish to preserve your nomadic way, a precious heritage. To overcome the challenge posed by the effect of the climate change, we could consider setting up nomadic school, for example, where teachers travel with the children, thus ensure the continuity of the education despite beginning on the move. I would like to address a point that is particularly close to my heart, the term illiterate. In fact, this term sometimes inappropriated, as it's often associated with the most widely spoken language in the world, such as Arabic, English, Spanish, French, or other minority language such as Danish. In Sahel and Africa, in general, many dialects are spoken. And unfortunately, those who master only dialect are often wrongly classed as illiterate. To remind this, my community, Gao, in the Chad has set up initiative to translate and write my indigenous language has such as Dazaga, Tugada, Kanabu, enliven children to learn and read, write in their mother language. This initiative is essential to guarantee education and facilitating communication with the local population, reinforcing your ability to combat climate change, crises successful. COP27 not be another discussion without solution. The issue of loss and damage isn't an operation about money, but how we can work together to help adapt to the climate change. In conclusion, this conference highlights the power of collaboration. No project should be entered alone. As the first representative of my community, and I am the first voice of the Chad and one of girl of the Sahel, every time I speak, I feel how privileged I am. Despite Robert's assertion that education is a right, we still have a long way to guarantee it's all for everyone. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And that really continued this theme about how when addressing climate and this climate education nexus, it's not just looking at the systems, but if we go right down to the root of the problem, things like desertification, meaning that children can't get food and basic resources that they need to then get their education in school in the first place. And it's very much requiring a very holistic, comprehensive, broad response that covers a lot of different areas. And also this, I know this was mentioned earlier today, this theme about empowering girls and women and girls and gender equality and the importance of that, because the climate crisis is a gendered issue and girls are increasingly being restricted from accessing their education because of the climate crisis, and then forced to go and support their families to improve financial security of the family if they don't have access to food and resources. So yeah, again, a very holistic response is required. And speaking of response, I'd now like to move over to Michael and Nina. So I guess, Michael, I'll start with you. So we've just heard a lot about the devastating impacts of climate change, and especially to education systems, and how our incredible speakers are supporting their communities to deal with it. And so Michael from ECW, and then Nina, will come to you for the UNHCR response as well. But Michael, so ECW is a leader in the education and emergencies world, and you personally have a key role in shaping the organization's response. So how are you keeping up with the complex needs on the ground?
Thank you, Serena. Before I go into that, first of all, thank you to Miriam and Opera for sharing your stories. I think it's very powerful to hear from you. And thank you for coming here and representing the missing majority. As we go forward towards COP28, the education sector needs to unite. We must forge solutions that also recognises the needs of crisis-affected children on the front line of climate change. Education is a lifeline for climate-displaced children, and it offers a space for young people to continue learning, to receive psychosocial services, protection, water and sanitation, and a nutritious lunch. Education is also critical for communities to recover and be better prepared for future disasters. In ECW, we recognize the seriousness of climate-affected education access and is responding with speed, depth, and agility. We have learned that when a crisis strikes, education is a critical life-saving service that is too often ignored or forgotten. And that's why we step in. I wanted to just circle back on something that was said earlier today, that an estimate 40 million children are affected by climate crisis and education. Our estimates, which are in the Global Estimates report that came out this summer, shows that 32 million of those children are in crisis-affected countries, also to show the proportion of the issue. Our investments are deployed on the front line of natural disasters and climate displacement. For example, last year, the floods in Pakistan destroyed 22,000 schools, affecting more than 1.3 million children, and we responded within days in close coordination with the Ministry of Education in Pakistan. We have recently seen the floods in Libya that destroyed around 300 schools, and we've already dispersed the funding to the Libya response as well. But it's not just floods, it's extreme weather events. It's about cyclones, it's about droughts, it's about wildfires. Once in 50-year extreme weather events are now happening five times more likely. So many places that are also affected by the climate crisis are also affected by extreme poverty, conflict, and displacement. And I think here about our work together with UNHCR in the Sahel. And as Miriam described, the Lake Chad Basin is also grappling with the crisis of poverty, it's conflict, and it's also extreme weather events happening in the region. And we heard from Somalia early on that's facing a crippling drought while trying to up against a long-standing conflict. In these contexts, it's not enough to ensure that children have access to education. They need to have access to quality education because way too many are in school, but they're not learning. So in ECW, we've decided to go further. We have made climate change a cross-cutting priority in a new strategic plan. We will increase our funding in response to natural disasters such as cyclones, typhoons, and floods. And we'll fund our education partners to better plan, prepare, and respond to the growing impacts of climate change and on education. This work is already underway in Chad, South Sudan, DRC, Haiti, and many others. And with more funding, we can go further and give better responses. Ahead of COP28, you can expect us to continue to shine a spotlight on the intersection of climate and education in emergencies and a global campaign. Today, I'm also delighted to announce that ECW has formally become a member of GADRES, the Global Alliance on Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience in the Education Sector. If we want to save lives and reduce the impact of disasters on education, we must equip children, teachers, parents, and schools with the tools and resources they need to plan and prepare and respond. That is why ECW is prioritizing disaster risk reduction and preparedness through its investment, and we look forward to forging new solutions with our fellow GADRES partner organizations. So today, at COP28, and as we continue our work, we must provide a lasting legacy for change. We collectively bear the responsibility of ensuring crisis-affected children are not forgotten. Opera and Miriam, thank you for bearing witness to the hopes and dreams of children in crisis. You have reminded us why, as organizations, we must keep striving to deliver more. ECW is happy to take up that challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share our stories and really to hear from Opiro and Miriam. Climate change is not just an environmental concern. It's a humanitarian crisis that demands our immediate attention and collective action. Climate change has created what we call climate change hotspots in regions where refugees seek shelter. In these areas, the effects of climate change are felt acutely, as we've heard from Miriam and Opiro, with food insecurity, prolonged displacement, and dwindling access to essential services like education becoming all too common. We've heard a lot of numbers and statistics already this morning, but I want to share just 3 numbers with you that I hope you're going to remember. Over 70% of IDPs are displaced within highly climate vulnerable countries that are also the least ready to improve their resilience. Over 60% of stateless people are in highly climate vulnerable countries that are also least ready to improve their resilience. And finally, over 30% of refugees and asylum seekers are in highly climate vulnerable countries that are also least ready to improve their resilience. Large refugee hosting nations like Bangladesh and Mozambique are experiencing more frequent and severe extreme weather events, including floods and cyclones. These events devastate not only the physical infrastructure, but also disrupt the education of refugee children, compounding their already precarious situation. In regions like the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, climatic disturbances have led to conflict-related displacements, further exacerbating the education crisis. Research also shows that climate shocks disproportionately affect children's development. And that's what we're here to talk about today. I think this is really important to understand. In addition to the rhetoric and the policies that are needed, is what's happening at the cognitive and emotional level of a child during these shocks. And then these shocks also hinder access to education, leading to a vicious cycle of missed opportunities and limited growth. For refugee girls, these challenges are compounded by the need for additional household chores, longer treks for basic necessities, and an increased risk of child marriage and child labor. In essence, climate change is widening the educational disparities that already exist among refugee children. And I think what we've heard this morning is we've heard tremendous agreement around the importance of looking at girls' education in particular and the gendered aspects of climate change and education. UNHCR's programs focus on anticipatory action to reduce climate change risks for out-of-school children, collaborating with local communities. And I think if we are going to actually make any progress on this agenda, we have the responsibility to get behind local action and really to work together with local efforts around climate change and education. In conclusion, the impacts of climate change on education in refugee hosting nations are profound and urgent. We have moral obligation to address this crisis and ensure that no child is left behind. Together, all of us, we can build a future where education is a beacon of hope, even in the face of climate adversity. And I, for one, have a lot of hope this morning when I hear Opiro and Miriam speak. We are going to let you guys lead, and we will follow you. Thank you for your attention, and let us join hands to create a brighter and more sustainable world for all of us.
Thank you so much to our incredible speakers, Opiro and Miriam. I feel so emotional hearing about what you were talking about and hearing about your stories, but then also at the same time just feeling even more of a fire inside my belly after hearing about how you're addressing it and how I want to also continue to support in that way. And then Michael and Nina also feeling extremely inspired and just hearing about what you're doing and what your organizations are doing, and I'm a very big fan of that. So thank you, to our speakers for today. And thank you, a final thank you to UNHCR and ECW, the organizations, for their commitment to ensuring that climate displaced learners in crisis contexts fully enjoy their right to a holistic and a quality education, not just any education, a quality education. That's where it actually is meaningful, as Michael had mentioned earlier. So just a final reminder to please keep everything you've heard today in your minds for the rest of the day. We still have a lot of sessions, and just keep this as your, keep especially Opiro and Miriam's stories as your conscience as you think about how you're going to approach your solutions, and you can draw inspiration from Nina and Michael's work that they've mentioned. So yeah, thank you so much for coming to our session today, and see you later.
Thank you so much to our speakers. I think that one of the main important parts of this session especially was the importance of hearing stories from on the ground and how people have been directly impacted by the climate crisis. One of the facts that really, I think, whenever I think about the connections between education and climate, one thing that really stands out to me is the fact that schools are often the first to close whenever a disaster strikes a community, but they're the last to reopen. And we really need to change that because schools are essential to making sure that communities keep going, that children are not left behind, and that we're making sure that they're tackling the climate crisis in the future as well and preparing their communities for the future and the ongoing impacts of the climate crisis. Now we'll actually be moving into a mini break, and we will resume our online programming in around 15 minutes. And to our in-person audience, there is coffee available for you at this time, but we are on a very tight schedule, so please pick up your drink and head straight back to your seats. There will be plenty of time for networking during the extended lunch break at 12:30, but you can now make your way outside.
Depois de passar, levou 3 semanas para as escolas poderem reabrir.
Nós, como perdemos as escolas, tivemos que adaptar para continuar a dar aula, mas mesmo assim, havia uma grande redução dos alunos.
A comunidade fez a força, fez a união, concentraram junto com legros e secretários das zonas e fizemos palhotas, cortamos pães, construímos as escolas, assim mesma maneira, primeiro as crianças para dar a estudar.
Estamos com fome, não há comida, nem feijão não saiu esse ano, nem milho não saiu, e pior arroz, foi-se embora, as pessoas estamos a passar mal.
Numba eu itwea, kanana numba malo twea, manje, mitego de vezes.
Para transitar daqui para outra zona, devia usar canoa.
Para chegar aqui na escola, tinha que saltar as árvores e andar na água, passar na água.
Tivemos uma grande redução dos alunos, porque estavam procurando melhores condições das suas casas, porque não tinha abrigo por onde ficar.
Foi um evento mesmo que nunca se viu na vida. Já não sei para meus avós se viram assim, já que não sei.
Este mês de paragem afetou a escola porque os professores já não estavam a trabalhar, os alunos também não estavam a estudar, os conteúdos já não estavam sendo transmitidos aos meninos.
O ciclone afetou todo o material escolar que existia aqui na escola como estoque. Nós estamos a tentar repor novos material.
Do mês que eles ficaram de férias, sempre o pai sempre dava a matéria. Tentava-se estudar, então para não esquecer o estudo.
Quando aparece uma tempestade ou uma temperatura, se eu ficar nublado, eles a tendência é de querer ir para casa.
Meu nome é Ladina Zacaria, tenho 12 anos de idade, estudo na escola primária de Lima. Na escola se passa aqui sentimento com muita tristeza. Fred estragou muitas coisas. Estragou casa, estragou machamba, estragou escola. Ficamos um mês sem ir na escola. Ficamos em casa com papai, com mamãe, lavar o prato, varrer, vai na machamba. Quando na escola ficar bem, tem que construir escola nova. Sekolah ni nyongi ya farinha, nyumba, muiri.
Nós tentamos de fugir para a zona segura com as crianças. A casa ficou despancado e desapareceu. Ficamos assim.
Quando o ciclone Fred atingiu a nossa zona, as nossas casas caíram e a escola também.
A escola vinha a mutar até o boa sorte como é daqui, mas eu não me tana na minha queroqua. A escola é daqui, mas eu me mando muita escola daqui. Da por sorte também, mas logo está daqui.
Todas as casas foram-se embora, todas as pessoas estavam na água.
Awesome. Welcome back, everyone, and we hope you're ready for some more inspiration on how to address the education and climate crises. We'll be beginning with our EDX session, Research Fueling Action, starting with Philippa Lai, Chief Advocacy Officer at the Malala Fund. Philippa, you're joining us live from London following your Protecting Our Future Generations research event yesterday. We'd love to hear more about the fresh evidence and recommendations coming to light.
Good morning. Well, I'm going to start with a number. 12.5 million. If we continue as we are by 2025, which is only about a year away, climate change will be a contributing factor in preventing at least 12.5 million girls from completing their education every year. That's twice the population of the country of Denmark, where this event is being held today and where some of you are lucky enough to be sitting. This figure, 12.5 million, is the one that got Malala Fund into climate change as an existential threat for girls' education. It's also the figure that makes us want to know more about how education, gender, and climate interact. Over the past 2 days, Malala Fund and the Centre for Global Development have been co-hosting a strategic conversation, bringing together activists, academics, and government representatives to develop a common research agenda looking across these three sectors. So participants did share some findings of studies that they're engaged in, but the majority of time was actually focused on research imperatives. And that's briefly what I want to cover here. So firstly, in the room, there was widespread agreement that we do need to do more research looking at the interplay between issues of climate, education, and gender. Every sector has its own long list of priorities. And while great, that can diffuse efforts. So in order to mobilize more targeted cross-sector action, research can help us identify the sweet spot. So it can help us identify more specifically where and how these sectors interact and what interventions hold benefits that advance priorities across all three. Secondly, research needs to focus on the breadth of ways climate change impacts learners in specific contexts and within situations that range from extreme climate shock to situations that are experiencing more incremental climate-related change. For example, we often focus on infrastructure loss related to climate events, but we also need to know more about how climate change impacts learning through affecting attendance and conditions in the classroom, through impacts like extreme heat. And we also need to know how it impacts learners' psychosocial health through things like climate anxiety and the psychological pressures that come with climatic shocks. Women and girls particularly shared about these fears and impacts in some new research that one of Malala Fund's Girl Fellows is conducting in Pakistan. Thirdly, research needs to centre the voices of affected populations and pay particular attention to those who are most marginalised. As we all know, the effects of climate change have very different and particular impacts across different identities. For example, impacts on girls are very different to impacts on boys. And so there was some urging in the room to think more carefully about whose voices are heard and sought out in research. Just one final note that I wanted to share from the group is this note of caution. As we look at the intersections between climate change, gender, and education, we should remember that though education can and does support climate action, it must be seen as a contribution alongside other sectoral or cross-sectoral responses. Research can help us understand where and how education can support climate action, for example, by promoting greater gender equality. But education itself can't carry the can for solving climate change and the climate crisis, especially with the limited resources that the sector typically has. So that's an overview of what's happened the past couple of days in London and online. The task now is to build on our conversations over those past 2 days and the conversation today, and to agree the pressing questions that we need to answer through more research, always with a view to informing practice and transforming systems that hold girls back.
Thank you so much. Now we'll be hearing from our second speaker, who is joining us live, Laura Linda Healy from UNICEF in New York. And so we know that it's the middle of the night for you, Laura, so thank you so much for joining us. You are the author of an exciting new report for UNICEF, which is launching today. So if you could tell us about your finding and what the implications are for that and for tangible action on this agenda, that would be amazing.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be joining you, even in the wee hours of the morning here in New York. And I'm really excited to share with you the findings from a new report that we're launching today at UNICEF. It really came from the fact that we know millions of children and young people are being driven by their homes due to the impacts of slow onset and sudden onset weather-related events that are exacerbated by climate change. We know that this disrupts lives for a child when a ferocious wildfire or a flood or a storm sweeps into their communities. It can be terrifying, but for those that are forced to move, that fear can really live on. Fear of whether they can return home, fear of whether they can resume their education and go back to school, and fear of whether they might need to move again. But despite this, to date, data around weather-related displacement or displacement in the context of climate change has been largely child blind. We haven't known how many children have actually been affected. Often the data that is collected isn't disaggregated, which is hugely problematic. So to try to bridge this gap, UNICEF worked together with the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, which is the global body collecting all of the data that's reported from different countries on internal displacement, to actually map out against the gridded population to see how many children have been displaced due to weather-related events. And we looked at floods, storms, droughts, and wildfires. And to really shine a light on this, we also used a future risk model to project within the next 30 years, looking at very particular weather hazards. What is the projected child displacement that we can expect? And so we found from this research that there were between 2016 and 2021, when data was first systematically collected or more systematically collected, there are a whopping 43.1 million internal displacements of children across 44 countries within that 6-year period. So this is the equivalent to 20,000 child displacements per day. Floods and storms accounted for 95% of those displacements. Due to their sudden onset, it's often easier to track, but also in those situations, preemptive evacuations may be in place, which actually means that a larger number of children are counted within those displacement figures. When it came to droughts, we saw there was a huge lack of data. This was a really big gap because it's a slower onset process and it's more difficult to track the displacement. Often children and young people who move in those contexts are moving because a number of factors are really contributing to their decision to move. Maybe they're pursuing their learning aspirations or livelihood opportunities, or maybe there's food or water insecurity in their communities as a result of the changing climate also. When looking to the future, we saw that there are a projected 96 million child displacements projected in the next 30 years due to riverine flooding alone. So this is just a very specific kind of flooding, not taking into account a storm surge, not taking into account flash flooding or coastal flooding. We saw that when it came to cyclonic winds specifically, there could be up to 10.3 million internal displacements of children and an additional 7.2 million due to storm surge, which is just the waves, coastal waves as a result of a storm. One really important point that came from this research was that we saw, it was in those countries where the preparedness and disaster risk reduction and preemptive evacuation systems were not as good, is where we really need to be channeling our efforts, and where children are the most vulnerable when it comes to displacement in the context of climate change. When we actually looked at the figures relative to the population of children, we saw that it was the equivalent of 75% of the child population in some small Caribbean islands like Dominica, in terms of numbers of child displacement. So that's a huge number of displacements and a big risk for children. So it's really in those small island states that the risk is the greatest when it comes to storms. And then similarly, when we looked at floods, while the absolute numbers were in some of the larger countries with big child populations like India, China, the Philippines, and with good preemptive evacuations and preparedness in place, when we looked at relative to the child population, it was South Sudan, it was Somalia that were actually those countries with the highest numbers relative to the child population. So it really showed us in some of those countries where there's overlapping crises, there's conflict, fragility, there's generalized violence and poverty. These are the countries where children are really at greatest risk of displacement in the context of climate change, and where we really need to focus our efforts, in particular around services for children like education. So as we move towards the big climate change conference in Dubai, COP28, where global leaders will be meeting on this issue, UNICEF is really calling for governments, for donors, for partners, for children and young people themselves and those living in affected communities to come together to protect children and young people from the impacts of climate change and displacement by ensuring that child critical services like education are shock responsive and resilient when it comes to climate change, that they're portable, that they're able to move with children as they move. How do we think through portable skills or online learning records or other ways we can really ensure that education can travel with the child and they can continue to learn following displacement? Secondly, we need to prepare children and young people to live in a climate changed world, and we need to build their adaptive capacities and their resilience and enable their participation. How do we equip children and young people with the skills that they will need to actually integrate into new host communities? What are those critical skills that are transferable that we can really support to teach them? And how do we make the link with connection to transition to a low carbon economy and green skills? Children and young people have great potential to be agents of change, as we know, when it comes to climate change in both mitigation and adaptation efforts. And when we think through displacement and mobility, it's a big opportunity to think through some of those labor mobility pathways and how we upskill young people to be prepared for them. And finally, how do we really prioritize children and young people in climate, including those who are already displaced, in climate action, policy, and finance? How do we come together to ensure that the money really flows to those countries that are experiencing these overlapping crises, where we know children are most at risk, and education can really play a critical role in supporting them to be prepared for the future? We have the skills, we have the knowledge to really address this rising challenge for children, but now is the time to really step up, because we're moving too slowly. And we need to take action to protect children at risk of future displacement, to prepare communities, and to support those who are already uprooted from their homes. I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the speakers for sharing their important experiences and insights with us in this edX session. Research truly is a vital part of triggering transformative and transformational sustainable change at scale. Now we'll be moving into the second spotlight session of the day, Transforming Learning and Teaching to Fight Climate Change, led by UNESCO and the Greening Education Partnership. Please welcome the session under moderator June Morahashi, Chief, Section of Education for Sustainable Development at UNESCO.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and also probably good evening also for those joining online, and welcome to our Spotlight session number 2, Transforming Learning and Teaching to Fight Climate Change. I think in this morning there were some discussions which also focused on education being impacted by climate change. And this particular session, we aim to explore how to tap into the potential of education as part of solution to tackle climate crisis. And let me introduce first our speakers today. First of all, we are very honored to have His Excellency Fala Sheikh Abdul Kadir, Federal Minister of Education, Culture and Higher Education, Somalia, to join our discussion online. Thank you very much, sir. And then next, we are very happy to welcome Mr. Samuel Sasu Adoteng. And Samuel is a Program Officer for Education and Students' Rights from All Africa Students Union, AASU, based in Ghana. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Jacob Alexen. Hi, Jacob. So Jacob is a teacher from Damhusengen School in Denmark, and he teaches math, science, and also promoting very actively education for sustainable development. He had some classes this morning, so thank you very much to make this happen. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma. Pramod is a Senior Director for Education at Foundation for Environmental Education, FEE. And FEE's headquarters is based in Denmark, in Copenhagen. And FEE is one of the most active members of the Greening Education Partnership, also along with GPE. Thank you very much for inviting us. So once again, welcome you all to join today's discussion. So now let's move on to our discussion. We all acknowledge climate change is a great threat for our own survival, and education can be part of the solution, as education aims to equip learners with knowledge, skills, but also attitudes and actions so that they can really respond to the need of mitigation and adaptation of climate change, and of course to build more resilient and sustainable society and futures. And here, not only access, but the quality of this climate change education really matters. And this is also what young people worldwide are claiming. And UNESCO did a global survey last year. Out of 17,000 students reached out in more than 160 countries, 12,000 young people said that they really would like to test what they learned outside of the schools and really go into the community and contribute to stop this crisis. But how can we make this happen? So in the first part, let's discuss the challenges and then solutions in the second part. And before we start, I would like to remind you that given this time limited, please keep your answer to each question to 2 minutes. It's a challenge, but let's try. Thank you. Now, I would like to start with you, Samuel. As a youth advocate, what do you want to see in climate change education, and what gaps do you still see?
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. June. So one thing that I think that this morning we've all agreed on is the fact that education is the foundation to solving most of the world's problems today. And of course, one of them being climate justice, ensuring climate justice and ensuring that young people are able to meaningfully participate in the conversations on climate action and climate change. So there's some of the gaps that we've identified as one, that there's a lack of, connect in terms of the multidisciplinary approach towards climate education. For example, in some institutions, you realize that, or in some contexts, you realize that climate education is only applicable to only one cycle of education. For example, at the primary level, at the secondary level, or the tertiary level. However, everybody is affected by climate change. And hence it becomes so much important that at every level of education and whatever course that you are reading, you are able to understand what climate change is so that you can meaningfully participate in the conversations accordingly. And also, we realize that climate change, in terms of climate education, there is a lack of mainstreaming, right? So that for whatever level or whatever program that you are studying or whatever course that you are studying, there should be an element of climate education. So that, for example, if you're studying IT, if you're studying political science, if you're studying whatever course it is, you should have an angle that you are able to understand how your situation applies to climate change or climate justice. And finally, I would want to talk about the fact that, for instance, for students that are studying in the cities, they are sometimes disconnected from the real issues that may be happening in some of the remote communities. And in that, you would see that some students may see these things happening, but may not really understand what it means and how urgent the situation is for climate change. And hence it becomes important to look at things like experiential learning, which you just talked about, that, for example, taking students to where the issues are happening. For example, in Malawi, in places like Malawi, in places like Ghana, and some low-income countries, you see these issues happening where some students are dying on their way to school because of flooding and so on. So these are some of the challenges that we see, and hopefully they can be addressed. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Samuel. I totally agree with you. You highlighted this need of understanding climate change in the local context and link it with the active, more experiential learning, meaningful to that community. And also you highlighted this notion of maybe interdisciplinarity, right? This is very, very well noted. Thank you so much. So now I would like to turn to Jakob. Being a teacher, do you see the same challenges?
Well, I will start another place. This is actually a model of the Earth. That's why we're here. And I've been teaching my pupils about the ecosystems within it. It has the planetary boundaries. But right now we see the balance is shifted, and we see climate change as one of the most clearest pictures of this. But together with this, we have the sixth mass extinction. In Denmark, we have a health issue becoming one of the largest problems. We have pesticides in our drinking water, so maybe you have to look into that. But to get back on track, we have created a society that is unhealthy for nature and it's unhealthy for human beings. We need to change that. And I know I'm from Denmark, so maybe we're privileged, but we have to help each other doing this. And one of the important things you said too was we need to realize this is not the problem for the science teachers. This is the problem for every teacher teaching at the school. And I see that every day, discussing with my teachers, should we do this or should we do this? And the Danish teacher are like, no, it's not important, or I don't know anything about it. So we still need the right knowledge. We need a lot of the right knowledge to be firm and because a teacher don't want to teach something that is wrong, but actually it's very difficult. I actually talked to Mathias Tesfaye, the educational minister in Denmark, and he was like, you can just go out and teach. It's out there. And I was like, all right, in the one hand I have a porcelain cup, and in the other one I have one with a carbon. I don't know what you call that. And he said, yeah, the porcelain cup, that you can do that a lot of time. That must be sustainable. And then I said, what if I drop it? Then it's nothing, and I can just put it and I can recycle it. And he was like, oh. And I said, it's very complex, and we need help to get these, to understand this as teachers. Then we need the state to be ambitious. We need them to put this at top of the agenda, that we are able to legitimize putting sustainable teaching at the top of the agenda in the schools. And for me to get some help within my local community, I need somebody to help me kickstart, showing me what's the possibilities within the local community, because there's a lot of possibilities, but I need this. And at least the last one is that we need to make partnerships. We need to get behind this, the whole society, to start to help getting this change done we need everybody on board. Yeah.
Thank you, Jakob. So you highlighted this really need that everyone take this climate change as my problem, it's everyone's business, and to create this culture of whole of society approach, right? And being teacher, not only you, but all teachers, headmasters, and the communities, we need some space for collaboration. So now we have heard the perspectives coming from youth advocates, students, but also teachers. Now I would like to turn to His Excellency Minister Abdul Kadir. So, His Excellency, what needs and gaps do you see from the government's perspective? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, evening to some colleagues. In the early sessions, I elaborated and enumerated the challenge and the gap for providing quality climate education. But here I have to say that the consecutive years of drought in Somalia, it caused and contributed for disruption of education. So good climate education requires, first of all, to have schools to be functioning, unless there are schools that function. And some of the pictures that we have seen today from some of the Zambia or some of Zimbabwe, somewhere else, we're having a similar situation in many countries that's affected by the climate change. The other issue is, besides the functioning, schools' quality climate education includes not just the teaching and learning in the scientific sessions, but also building a real-life critical thinking, problem-solving, and conflict resolution skills, enabling our young people to advocate on, adopt, and develop solutions to the crises that they face. And the third issue, which I would like to emphasize, is the training of teachers. Teacher training is vital, and the teachers are the most important variable that contribute to making a difference in the quality of education. In Somalia, we are having 30% of the teachers are trained, which means that the largest number are not trained for teaching, and especially are not trained for the gaps of the climate change. Besides the teaching or putting more emphasis on STEM subjects that can make more stronger in the scientific issues that can develop means and necessary capital to mitigate against the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for sharing with us the context of Somalia, and you particularly highlighted the need of recognizing climate-related disruptions, which is impacting the children's right to education, and also need for more systemic teacher training, teacher development, which is still something need to be supported, and also very important STEM and also probably TVET more relate to this education beyond the formal schooling, but also link it with the world of work. These are the key in addressing climate change for sustainable development of the country. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Now, last year, the Greening Education Partnership, GEP, it's not GPE, so GEP was established as a global initiative aiming transforming education to accelerate climate change education at the country level. And Somalia has also joined along with 79 other countries and more than 1,100 stakeholders. And today, Pramod here from the FEE is with us as a representative of this partnership. So Pramod, could you tell us from the partnership angle, I think also Jakob highlighted this need for working together, what are the needs and gaps for providing quality climate change education together?
Thank you, June. So I will echo and summarize my 4 points in terms of what has been said by Jakob and Samuel and also echoed by His Excellency. The first point is that we need a critical review of our education systems and curriculum. And UNESCO research has shown that 50% of the countries lack education to prepare and help people face an existential crisis like climate change. So that's the situation, and that is a clear indicator that our educational systems in half of the world is outdated. It doesn't feature what we are facing. And it's a subject which is an integrative subject, and integration is the key. But the challenge for us is that how do you create space for it in already burdened educational systems, and how do we do that? The second, teachers like Jacob are critical, but then the reality is that 70% of the teachers have expressed a lack of confidence to teach climate change in the classrooms and in the schools. And this is partly due to the evolving nature and the complexity of the subject itself. And the important part is that it requires advancement in how we see education and the way it is delivered. The pedagogy is also important along with the climate science. And there I see an opportunity for impacting quality of education. We discussed about financing and other aspects, and the JEP targets are overwhelming. They are overwhelming. I represent the largest program that works on Pillar 1, and we are covering only 1.4% of what the target is in the 79 countries that we work. So, and we need to go to 50%. But then finance is key, but the important part is that how do we work on collaborations? How do we work on partnership? Over 1,000 partners have already their JEP. How do we build upon that? And that requires more events, more discussion, and more action level actions at the national level. The fourth point is in terms of also that it requires a transformation. And during the period of COVID, we saw that our education systems were disrupted. But then a slow mover like education also showed that it can be agile and adaptable. And champions were our teachers who were within weeks were able to adapt from a face-to-face teaching model to an online teaching model. So there is a hope that this can be achieved. We have 6 years until 2030 to be able to do that. And how do we, in this meeting, we saw a lot of challenges in terms of climate adaptation and resilience, because it's already there. But how do we also, at the global level, shift that narrative, which is mitigation-centric, to adaptation and resilience-centric, and get the voices and amplify those voices? And as Jacob said at the end, linkages with the community needs to be strengthened, and that's the important part. It's just not about teaching young people, but how they connect that learning to the communities and bring about the change. Thank you, June.
Thank you. Thank you, Pramod. Indeed, there are some interesting examples that young people design themselves the curriculum for adult education, really to bringing parents, but also elderly populations of their cities and communities. So this is definitely something we should maybe focus on community through lifelong learning. So now we could maybe touch upon what we should do. So we could continue maybe with you, Pramod. You started to give a bit of ideas already what we should do together, but do you have any additional ideas to put on the table?
I would start with the JEP, because the way the 4 pillars have been put together, they give us a holistic view of what changes are required. Pillar 1 might be integration of all the other 3 pillars, but then it has a focus on teacher education, changing curriculum, and linkages with community. So we need to acknowledge and work on all the 4. And I see that many countries have not committed to all pillars, and we need to see that how we can convince member states to cover all the 4 pillars and not work in isolation again on one aspect of education and leave out the other aspects of education, because this child gets one education, they don't get it from 4 different pillars as such. we need to also see that how do we build agency. At FEE, we work on the concept of handprint in terms of what we can do, not footprint, that what impact we have created. So we need to focus on the agency and acknowledge that both anxiety and boredom is real. And we need to acknowledge that and build that agency that is required. And we have seen a lot of progress in JEP in 12 months, and in my own career of 26 years, I have not seen anything moving so fast. And with Green School quality standards, greening curriculum guidance, we have made a lot of progress. Now let's see how we can translate them into action plans at the national level and make them work and demonstrate and support others with our experience of how we can do that. We need capacity building of teachers, and that was highlighted as such. And also see the key critical role of digital or e-education or a hybrid mode of education. We have got an opportunity. We should not go back to what we used to do in 2019, learn from the 2 years of COVID experience and bring that into our education system and move forward from that. And finally, I would say that the experience exists, partners exist. Let's not reinvent the wheel, but build upon those.
Thank you. So let's build upon the existing strength, but with working together. Okay. What would you say, Samuel?
All right. I think that first I would want to, on behalf of the Global Students Forum, say thank you so much to Oxfam for bringing students from across almost all the regions of the world together to talk about this issue, because I mean it shows a certain level of thoughts in terms of including young people and students in such conversations. I think that one of the very important things that we should do is, as Jacob said, is to look at developing the climate education inclusion in our curriculum from the local level, from the bottom up. Because if we approach it from a blanket approach, then it becomes difficult to really ensure that we can maintain this into the long term, because we have different contexts. And for example, in low-income countries, they are already burdened in terms of, for example, even today, there are still schools under trees in some African countries, and we are just halfway to 2030. And these have not been achieved. Now, thinking about climate education even may be a burden for some academic institutions already. So we need to take it from a bottom-up approach. For example, I know there's a UNESCO Green Education Toolkit, and we should think about how we can localize these toolkits to make it easier for academic institutions and also teachers to be able to implement such solutions. Because we cannot wait to a certain point to now start thinking about sensitizing our young people and our students about climate change and how they can also participate meaningfully on such conversations. So I think that taking it from the bottom-up approach and also including the voice of students and young people in such spaces is very critical to ensuring that we are able to achieve the climate justice that we foresee. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about you, Jakob? What would you suggest as solutions?
Yeah, first and foremost, the state and the government needs to own up to its obligations and create an ambitious frame for teaching sustainability and climate change. That's the first. And finance, of course. But we need knowledge centers where experts can gather this information. And from that way, we can go the slow change, I call it. Continuing education, all my colleagues, not just the science teacher, all my colleagues. And they need this firm ground to stand on. You said 70%. I think that's right. And we need that. And then we actually can see another tempo, maybe, a faster one. If we see this knowledge center as COVID, as a hotspot, and if we see networks with local ambassadors going from these knowledge centers down to the commune and down to the community, and therefore spreading this knowledge. Coming to my school, help me teach sustainability, help me kickstart projects, help me show what's the possibilities within the local communities, where are the funds, where are the experts. There's a lot of experts, but I don't know them all the time, or my colleagues doesn't know them. And we need that. And then again, taking the whole school approach, help the leaders how to do that, and of course, getting the student council of sustainability. Their voice is the most important thing. And that leads me to the last one, the partnerships. I've been lucky to be on the top of 1 million Danish students yelling for the minister to make sustainable changes within the system and within their education. And we actually got to make partnerships throughout the whole educational system in Denmark. So we have an educational partnership within the whole system. And it's based on everybody's on board. The private sector, the public sector, the civil sector, me as just a teacher is in there, the union. We all stand behind this because we need to unify. Not only at the school or at the local community or the country, we need to unify all the countries. We need to help each other. Yes.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jacob. I particularly liked your idea of creating maybe some kind of practical forum of bringing and tapping into the available expertise at the community level. Thank you. So now I would like to go back again to His Excellency Minister. What would you do to transform teaching and learning to fight climate change? It's a big question. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the greater investment in teacher training, as I have said, is very important at this stage. Getting the required technical and financial support to incorporate climate education in all aspects of the school curriculum, not only in some stages, but also in all aspects of the school curriculum. Investing in expanding and refocusing the vet education, so our young people can aspire at different careers that can contribute to the growth of the economy and reduce dependency on agriculture for their livelihood, so they can have other diversified economy. And before, the final thing is the school infrastructure to be more sustainable. Should be designed in a way that excessive heat or flooding can be prevented, surrounded by trees and school gardening, using renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, and sustainable sanitation. And the final, unable to as we tackle the impact of these adverse climate events with such outcomes. So that may be some of the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your remarks and particularly your emphasis on the urgent need to make school infrastructure more sustainable. But also, I think I heard the word research, need for probably evidence-based policy and practice. And with this, I think it comes to the end. And thank you very much for all of your valuable contributions to today's session. I think we took note of a lot of keywords. Of course, youth driving really this green transitions, but also this creative, community-based, maybe linking everybody. Maybe we could use schools as the hub, but also the notion of working all together to share the experiences. And we are all here to continue our action and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for that insightful session. We learned so much about the magnitude of the crisis, how complicated it is, as well as potential solutions and ways that we can use youth-led solutions as well to move forward, and schools as a space to be able to create these solutions as well. Speaking of youth, if research fuels action, activism fuels accountability. We are really excited to begin our Activism Across Borders segment, where we'll be hearing some powerful edX speeches from our fellow education and climate activists that are propelling us towards the world that we want. Please join us in welcoming Marieke Ann Hale, Greenpeace activist, who will be followed by GPE youth leader Neha Imtiazullah.
Hello? Yeah, this is working. Hi, as already introduced, I'm Marieke and I'm an activist with Greenpeace, but of course I've not always been that. So I went through German public school some years back before I was active, and in my education we either did not really talk about climate change at all, or we talked just about the grim consequences it will have on us one day, or raised individual consumer behavior as a way to solve it all, and then please to not demand anything else. That created both fear for me about what can actually be done, and shame about what I can even dare to ask for when I'm not living perfectly myself. These two feelings make me feel very paralyzed, and at some point I realized that buying less avocados alone is probably not going to save the planet. And I was still left with the question, what can I do? How can I put pressure on the people actually holding the power to really change something? I joined Greenpeace, found networks and groups with other young people asking themselves the same question. And besides running campaigns and trying to have events in our local communities, we also started to educate ourselves. Not just about the devastating consequences we will encounter of climate change one day, but also the ones people already face elsewhere right now. And we challenged ourselves to stop seeing climate change as a purely ecological crisis. But we also educated ourselves on how to empower each other, how to not get burnout when it's the 4th day in a row where you were trying to come up with new ideas to get more signatures for some petition on a ban for fossil fuel advertisements. And we learned that change is indeed achievable. Even if it's just one Danish law changing or one newspaper banning these fossil fuel ads. Instead of paralyzing people with just fear and guilt, activism, in my case, dared me to hope and support other people. And I think in that support is where you can get creative about solutions. A lot of the skills we educated ourselves on are skills I could have been taught elsewhere in my education, and I think I even should have been taught elsewhere. Acquiring these skills of resilience and how to organize a sustainable social change should not be a privilege, and it should not have to come from just ourselves. It should be supported in education so that we can all participate effectively in shaping our futures. And that's also what I want to ask from everyone here today, but also everybody in some power position around the world, to not be afraid to give us the education, and especially to the generations now after us, that we need to be able to take action. Because I think in the end, we will all benefit from it. And this crisis is just too big to not tackle it with all of the forces and creativity that we can get. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Close your eyes and envision a serene village at dawn, as children's laughter begins to fill the air, and elders share tales of past, and as the sky is painted with hues of pink and orange. Such a village once symbolized simplicity and tranquility. While I visited such a village last year nestled in Pakistan, I did not know that beneath this picturesque scene lies a profound truth that truly pierces the heart. I am Neha, and I recently graduated with a master's degree here in Denmark, a moment of immense pride for both myself and my family. Yet, as I stood there defending my thesis, I could not help but think of the countless children around the world who may never get to experience this joy, not because of their lack of potential, but due to their circumstances. As climate change intensifies, its impact on education is undeniable. Rising seas are swallowing schools, wildfires are forcing closures, and extreme weather events are disrupting schooling. Millions of children are losing access to quality education, a fundamental human right. In Bangladesh and the Philippines, students wade through monsoon waters to reach classrooms. In California, wildfires and smoke disrupt schooling, and in Australia, bushfires have been forcing closures around the country. These events are not isolated incidents. They are a part of a global pattern of climate-related disruptions. This year, I had the immense pleasure of meeting the Education Minister of Maldives, who told me about bright-eyed children, eager to learn in a school built on stilts. They knew the sea is both their home and their enemy. These are stories of resilience and a glimpse of the global pattern of education under siege. In Pakistan, my home country, the impact of education is all too real. In recent years, Pakistan has faced devastating floods, prolonged droughts, and extreme heat waves. These events have not only claimed lives, but have impacted the education of countless children. Last year, I met a young girl called Amina, only a few years younger than me, but with dreams as big as the mountains that surrounded us. Amina was one of those unfortunate girls who had to see her school being swallowed by floodwaters, and I mind you, the only girls' school in that village, leaving her future in doubt. When I offered Amina my words of sympathy, she looked me right into the eye and said, "I may have lost my school to the floods, but I will not let it wash away my dreams. Let us all be our allies in this fight." But amidst this tempest, we also find flickers of hope, luckily, like fireflies in the night. Picture solar-powered classrooms in off-grid villages where the laughter of children mingles with the hum of clean energy. Envision mobile schools in flood-prone regions where education rolls along the waves of the water, proving where there's a will, there is definitely a way. In drought-hit Kenya, I have heard about determined students carrying their desks under shady trees daily to learn. Teachers lacking infrastructure teach under such trees. Their resilience is inspiring, but let's all ensure it does not become the norm. Climate change impacts, whether in coastal regions, fire-prone regions, or arid deserts, demand urgent and collective action. It's a global challenge that knows no boundaries, but we must also remember that education isn't just a victim of climate change. It, in fact, is a powerful and a potent solution. By imparting knowledge in our children, we allow them to be the change makers and the problem solvers of tomorrow. But to make this vision a reality, we must touch upon the elephant in the room and the most important piece of the puzzle: education financing. We must not only invest in infrastructure, but also in teacher training, curriculum development, and climate literacy programs. Education is the bridge to a sustainable future, but it requires investments to keep that bridge strong. Today's investments will yield a sustainable, equitable, and a climate-resilient future for all. We must also continue to remind ourselves that the challenges are real, but so are the solutions. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Let's all ensure this weapon stays in the hand of every single child around the world. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on this journey today and for your commitment to make the world a better place. Let's embark on this mission together for our children, our planet, and our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for those powerful words. This is exactly the push that we needed as we head into the closing session for today. Activism is essential to creating progress and achieving education for all and a greener future. So thank you so much for all that you do. What an incredible day it has been. We will now be entering our high-level closing session, where we will hear from youth, students, and leaders. Over this past week, we had an amazing time meeting with some inspiring youth and students from around the world who are seated over here to discuss the intersections between transforming education systems and achieving climate justice. Now, we're happy to introduce Grace, Stella, and Sophia, who will be sharing a statement on behalf of youth and students.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name is Sofia Luna Quispe. I'm a Peruvian student and climate organizer of Quechua Indigenous descent, and I represent MOCOP, which is a youth-led organization that promotes meaningful participation of youth in climate negotiation and climate decision-making spaces.
Hello, my name is Grace Franco. I'm an Arunga woman from Ghana country in Adelaide, Australia. As an Indigenous person, it's very easy to sympathise with the emotional devastation that watching your lands be destroyed by climate change can have. I represent the National Union of Students Australia in the Global Student Forum, and the Global Student Forum represents 197 student unions from across 127 different countries at both a tertiary level and a school level. We are, as student unions, the intersection between politics and students. And so we have a big focus on climate change at the GSF, and we annually prepare students for COP. And in collaboration with SOS International and also hosted by Oxfam Denmark, we have spent the last 3 days preparing this intervention for you to ensure student activism, student voices, and student participation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Stella Morugi Mwangi from Kenya, and I'm honored to be here. So I'm from Kenya, but I'm pursuing my master's in environmental science in Budapest Student Union as the Environment and Climate Group member. And I can also attest to the remarks about the wealth and resource inequalities in Kenya and the risk that puts lower income households. Thank you. So I'll give it back to Sophia.
We have prepared a series of asks that we have divided into where, how, and what we learn about climate education that we really hope that your organizations and institutions are able to take in order to promote and strengthen quality climate education. For where we learn, we think that covering net zero or sustainability strategy is necessary for each educational institution to allow green, clean, and sustainability hubs to happen within our spaces. And also, all education infrastructure should be designed with climate disasters and climate risk in mind so that these spaces can be resilient, because when schools and communities are affected by these disasters, it is especially children, the ones that are disproportionately affected, and the disruption of this education in the developmental age is very not beneficial for them. And we want to ensure that physical classrooms structures promote participatory design and engaging in democratic processes that have resources inside and outside the classrooms, and that consider local resources and ecosystems as part of our learning strategies and contents. And finally, we think that collaborative approaches must be at the center for flexible structures for climate learning that empower our spaces for learning and the youth solutions that are being born after learning about climate justice and climate education and the solutions for a sustainable future.
We want climate education to enable learners to understand their role as climate activists, as active citizens for climate justice. We want education to be relevant to climate justice, putting students at the centre of their learning. We believe that content should be supported by evidence, be fact-based and solution-oriented. We want to use real-life examples and take into account Indigenous and traditional knowledges and practices. We know that student well-being while learning is vital, and so we ask that climate education promotes intersectional inclusivity, and create a space in which has student well-being at its centre, allowing safe spaces for students to be emotionally connected to what they're learning. Implementation of this can be done in many ways, and it should be done in many ways to fit the local context. We ask that education be made available to all students through all levels of education, both as core subjects and integrated into all programs. We believe education should be accessible in hybrid forms that allows greater access to learning, and we want to allow for responsiveness to climate and environment-related crises. Climate education should be able to adapt to student displacement due to climate and be inclusive of climate emergencies. It should be made available beyond formal education, should be relevant to local context, and should be delivered in a rounded way that ensures learners can develop critical thinking skills and discussing real-world problems. Because climate education should be practical, it should allow for the creation of opportunities for students to gain green skills ready for a green future and a green economy. It is vital that climate education has a vision for the future.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that ASU represents over 170 million students in Africa and the diaspora, so I'm truly honored to be representing such a strong voice. And while forging futures, we can see the room for collaboration, and in this we ask that there's enhancement of collaboration between the environment, education, and energy-based ministries to ensure the uniformity of national plans and action on climate education, mitigation, and adaptation measures. Also on that, we would like to ask that students and learners are seen as the primary actors and not just as beneficiaries to the policies and plans. And also for the scholars, teachers, and local people who are most affected with climate injustice should be key partners in developing context-specific learning and also be fairly compensated for their contributions. With that, we also ask that the teachers and educators should be supported to have knowledge, attributes, and values that ensure that they can share passion and commitment to climate education and ensure that students experience meaningful climate education that enables them to be passionate about advocating for climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for setting out the demands of young leaders. Children and young people born today will be the most impacted by a problem that they did not contribute to. So we need to not only hear, but also heed your calls to action. We will now be joined live from Paris by Stefania Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me in such an important event. Thanks our co-hosting organization partners, GPE, Oxfam, and all others to make this happen. I'm very happy, and I was carefully listening to our young leaders, Sophia, Stella, and the others, relaunching so greatly, so loudly, and convincingly, I would say, the climate education agenda as part of the climate action and climate justice program and commitment we have. So just a few words to start and say that, as you rightly put it in the previous session, I heard education is kind of a victim and part of the solution to address effectively climate change. It's a victim when we know and we see, unfortunately, increasingly in the world, floods, raging wildfires, natural disasters, which force communities to displace, interrupt learning, and record heat waves which have exhausted the learning environment. And this is what's happening very much in many regions of the world, especially in the global south. On the other side, we see, and UNESCO, maybe you know, is the organization within the UN and globally which pioneered this topic since many years, that education is actually must be part of the equation, of the solution to make climate justice happen. Because education is, by definition, the only tool we have to not simply and crucially transmit the right knowledge about environment and nature, the right relationship we have to establish with them, but also it's about raising awareness in the school and beyond. And also it's very much, and that's the crucial transformative point of our agenda, changing mindset and changing behaviors of people, individuals in their daily life. So having said that, education at UNESCO is the transformative solution for climate change. And that's why we recently tried to see where we are on this side. We survey teachers and students. And just to give you some recent information and data and figures, only 1 in 5 teachers we survey felt ready and capable to teach about climate action. While they understand that this is a crucial demand from students and learners, and why they understand that it's part of their mission to make climate education and education for sustainable development the very core of their new model of teaching. And the other side, the other, I would say, alarming indicator we got from our data, 3 out of 4 youth say that they don't feel ready to climate change based on what they've learned in school. That means that while, and we just heard live their voices asking leaders, political responsible of their communities to take action seriously at very many levels, which climate change and climate action requires to have, they know that their school systems are not yet ready to provide them with the right knowledge about this crucial topic, and also with the right skills. We talk about green skills, not by chance. So given this picture, given this landscape, we actually took action last year, as you maybe remember, in the Transforming Education Summit, the global movement initiative that the Secretary General of the UN himself launched, calling for transformative power of education to be at the core of the political agenda of all leaders of the world. The response was great. Some 167 countries committed to transform their education systems. And I would say greening education, the partnership we established in New York, which now is gathering some more than 80 countries and more than 1,000 different kind of stakeholders, organizations around this common mission. This greening partnership greening education partnership is a kind of action plan to address effectively climate change education in a very innovative, holistic approach through 4 basic pillars. Greening curriculum, because the content is important and it should be transmitted in a different way than in the recent past, and not simply having a few hours a nice to have in science, but having a real concrete approach as our youth leaders were asking for a few minutes ago in this event. Greening schools, because schools are the learning environment where we have to make change happen. And we are setting standards to see how we can inspire governments and political leaders to transform their schools and to keep into their action plans this important pillar. Greening teachers training, because teachers, I already mentioned, don't feel prepared to do their job in the classroom. And of course, maybe this is the most ambitious, but also the most transformative dimension of this action plan that we call greening communities, because climate change education should absolutely go beyond the classroom and beyond the formal education. So based on that, the aim of this program, the aim is very clear: to get every learner, children, youth, but also citizens, broadly speaking, climate ready and well equipped with the knowledge, the skills, the values, and the attitudes needed to tackle the climate emergency. We know that it's a high challenge. We know that out of 50 countries surveyed, only half, less than half of them are really getting ready to implement this action plan, at least on one or two dimensions. But we are very keen to go ahead. We have a COP28 this year. It's the very first COP where education will have its own place, an education pavilion, an education day, which is the 8th December, and I take the opportunity to really invite all of you to be with us, to join us in Dubai in order to relaunch this fantastic transformative agenda. Thank you so much, and I wish also to conclude reminding all of us that last year in New York, young people released an important youth declaration about the need to transform education system, and one of the main points they highlight when they discussed with the Secretary General about the next steps was to make education a core solution within the climate justice and climate action. And I think that that's our common mission, and happy to continue in our cooperation together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Giannini, for your insights and sharing more about UNESCO's work within this space. Now we're happy to welcome to the stage the UK Ambassador to Denmark, Emma Kate Hopkins, OBE.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to join you at such a critical event on climate and education ahead of COP28. And I wanted to express particular thanks to the Global Partnership for Education and Oxfam for hosting today. I also want to thank colleagues in the Government of Denmark for hosting the opening ceremony and their continued leadership on this very important agenda. And also our youth and student delegates who expressed so eloquently their recommendations for us to act on jointly. As outlined by the UK Minister for Development, Minister Mitchell, in the opening statement this morning, we can't achieve a sustainable future without education. And the UK is a very strong supporter of climate education agenda as part of our international priority to support the access to at least 12 years of quality education for girls. And girls' education has been identified as one of the most important socioeconomic determinants in reducing vulnerability to climate change. Yet the issues around climate change and quality education particularly for the most marginalised, are often viewed in isolation, despite being so closely linked. The UK position paper, which we published in December last year, which is called Addressing the Climate, Environment and Biodiversity Crises in and Through Girls' Education, provides a framework of actions to build climate-smart school systems that support learners in taking action on climate change. And many of the interventions today have echoed this need to translate the clear challenges and solutions on education and climate change into concrete action. And like my colleague at UNESCO, we also welcome the COP28 hosting the first ever Education, Youth and Skills Day this year. And it's critical that we seize this opportunity to build much needed international momentum on climate and education. And that's why we also welcome the development of an emerging climate education declaration to build that momentum. And we support that declaration's focus on priority actions that will enable education systems to adapt and mitigate against climate change. We also support the call in the declaration for investment, including increasing climate finance to education, to enable implementation and accountability on the ground. And the UK, as a major long-standing donor, also support the need for a fully funded global partnership for education to enable their fantastic work in transforming education systems to build this climate resilience, advance environmental sustainability, and achieve quality education for all. The Greening Education Partnership, also mentioned by my colleague from UNESCO, with its aims of making every learner climate ready, plays such a pivotal role in building this international momentum. And we urge other countries to join this critical partnership ahead of COP28. It's only 2 months until COP28. And as we've heard today, the fate of our children and our planet are one and the same. If we equip youth with the necessary skills for a changing world, we can try to ensure that the future is brighter for both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma, for sharing more about the UK's commitment to education and climate, especially on the pathway to COP28. We all know we won't make the wholesale progress required if we don't bridge the gaps between education and the climate sectors. So we are now delighted to be joined live from Kenya by the UN Environment Programme's Chief of Youth, Education and Advocacy, Sam Barrett.
Hi everyone, sorry not to be with you in Denmark, and it's great to be connected to an Oxfam event. I worked there for 10 years, so it feels like coming home in a way. I just had a few things to say. The first thing is that time is really tight, and winning slowly on climate is just another way of losing. And we need to think differently and radically about the kind of changes we need to put in place. I think speed and scale matters. And I think often there's a phrase is that it's easier to change the course of history than it is to change a history course. And the education system needs to think about how it can be adaptive to the modern realities, as opposed to working on a pace that isn't fit for purpose, given the changes we're about to see. We're delighted to be part of the Greening Education Partnership with UNESCO and other colleagues. We had a meeting yesterday with about 20 to 30 different partners within UNICEF to think about how we could collaborate there. And UNEP as a normative agency is keen to see about how we can bring our expertise to bear so that both nature, pollution and climate are added to the education debate, and we can bring environment ministers to think about what education can do and education ministers to talk to environment ministers about how they can work together. We do think we need to do a couple of new things. The first thing is we need a new dynamic and really thinking about how education can radically change what it's currently offering. So we have the skill sets and the mindsets and the competencies within young people to be fit for the future that's coming. And we need young people to be much more resilient and supported for the changes that are coming through the pipes, with emissions sadly not stopping as quickly as they need to. The second new dynamic that we need is a new kind of conversation. We do a lot of work with further education and higher education, and universities need to be in the room and part of the discussion. And what we're trying to do is reframe this debate, not just about greening education, but thinking about the skills that we need for the future. The LinkedIn survey that came out about how if you have green skills, you are likely to be better paid, you're likely to be more resilient in a downturn, and you're likely to be able to be adaptive and meet the needs of this kind of ever-changing planet. And we think having a skills-based discussion is a good way of bringing a higher level of political engagement around the education domain, and to think about how we can use that to push things further forward. But also, as Stefania from UNESCO said before me, we cannot rely on the classroom or the lecture halls alone. We need to take this conversation outside of that. And we're looking to build new forums. So we're working with the video games industry with about 50 major studios to think about how do they educate and engage gamers across the world, of which there's 3.2 billion, to think about what choices they could make that's different. We're also working with the Olympics ahead of Paris 2024 about how do we take the nature conversation into the people who love sport in their hearts, and we engage them emotionally, not just intellectually through what we teach people. And so for us, we think there's a dynamic around what we do around in classrooms and in lecture halls, but also outside of it as well. But ultimately, the way that we change things is through new leadership and new money. And I do find that it's been incredibly challenging to get the kind of resources that we need to move things at pace and at scale. And so I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak and address this. UN Environment is keen to see about how we can add value, about how we can be distinctive, and how we can bridge from education into the environment ministries that we work with every day, because time is tight and we need to do everything we can within our power to be transformative, and making small changes in small ways simply will not be good enough. And with young people in the room driving those changes, saying to their education system, this isn't what we need anymore. The universities we're going to aren't offering us what we want. I think really empowering young people to be the agents for change. They don't have the burden of that liability, but are empowered to be those kind of radical voices that can push things in a way that maybe people who are slightly older can't. How we can give them agency and platforms, I think, is really key. So thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm sorry I can't be in Denmark. It's a place I love going to, and I look forward to hearing what comes next.
Thank you so much, Sam, for sharing more about your important work in Kenya. Thank you so much to all of you for providing powerful messages and sharing your support for climate justice and education. Now we'll be passing to our co-hosts, Laura and Lars, for their final words.
Thank you so much. And what a rich discussion that we had today. They've asked me to summarize, but I believe that it's impossible. And in fact, I'm not even trying to do that. But I just want to share two takeaways, and I will actually use words of some of the people that were on stage to really try to summarize what I think is the big nut of this discussion. The first one, I want to quote Jacob when he said, this is a crisis that we have created and it's everybody's responsibility to solve it. And when he said everybody, he didn't mean everybody but each of every one of us. That means everybody else, means everybody including each and every one of us. And that takes me to the second point that Marijke made very, very strongly. She was able to get, because she was lucky, she said, the information that she needed to actually be able to become an activist and an agent of change on this agenda. The school should have given that, and many other people that were not as lucky as she was didn't have that opportunity. So if you still have questions about what is the nexus between climate change and education, listen to Marijke, and I think that she will provide you the answer. With that, this is a problem that involves each and every one of us. Each and every one of us can contribute as an actor, as an activist, as an agent for change, as a policymaker. God knows where many of you will be, hopefully in position that can impact, big decision on this. But it's very important that you're here in this room being sensitized now. So let me close with thanking. That's the part I like the most. First of all, Lars and all the colleagues from Oxfam that have been the engine behind organizing this, and all those who have been contributing to this incredible discussion and the mass production of this event. You in this room only saw what was on stage, bringing all these people on video at the right time, at the right moment, from the four corners of the world, involved over a village. So thanks for everybody who has been, really involved in making this event happen. I think it's a critical time. We really wanted to have it as something building towards COP28. I think we succeeded, and so that's a very good result. I want to thank the government of Denmark, in particular, from my very little selfish point of view, for their sustained and actually increased commitment to GPE. Is the like of commitment that we love to have, because it makes us easy to plan on a multi-year basis. Education, as all of you know, is not a one-shot to be fixed. It's something that really requires dedication and working year after year after year. So I really want to thank the government and the minister in particular. I mean, his leadership on this nexus of education and climate change has been phenomenal. I do want to thank all those who, joined this event in various ways, in the audience, the speaker, the leaders of the world, the colleagues from the many UN agencies that, have brought their contribution, the effort of their daily work, UNESCO, UNHCR. Oh my God, I'm going to forget somebody now. I'm going to be slaughtered. Forgive me about that. All of you, all the other organizations, and our phenomenal youth leaders that I think that I was talking to them and I said, our generation really did lots of things wrong on this agenda and on many, but we did one thing right. We produced your generation. So with that, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope that we will have another opportunity soon, maybe after COP, to see how much we managed to move this conversation forward. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Laura. I'd like to echo the thanks from Laura to all those who have been contributing today, moderators, speakers, and yes, in particular, the next generation of young leaders that we have with us here today. Laura, you didn't mention much of GPE and yourself, the role that you're playing, your leadership as GPE in this on this agenda. I believe that is crucial. You're putting your force behind this event, but also in general putting your force behind mobilizing the movement to support education and the education climate nexus. Thank you very much for your leadership on this. That's amazing. And that's, to me, what I have been hearing here today. On the one hand, is crucial. We have to protect the education system from what is happening on climate. That's on the defensive line. That's I'm a football player. That's the defense line. We have to protect it. But more importantly, I think that's just coming out very strongly, and particularly also from students and young people, that harness the transformative power of education to change not only the education system, but change the way we approach the planet and the people who live here. We have to release that power much better, and there's been many good recommendations on this today. And we have heard many commitments, financially, yes, and political leaders, organizations like my own or international, and youth leaders, and that's great. I love words. We've got to see action. We have to see action to enact these commitments, to enact these words. And I want to see the innovative finance for education. As one of our last speakers said, this is about finance and leadership. I want to see the innovative finance in countries. I want to see it in Kenya. I want them to mobilize funding to I mean, invest in education, invest in climate. I want to see it at the global level. I want to see, mobilizing funding from these wealthy people, big corporations who have prospered over the last years during the pandemic at the cost, to a certain extent, of those poor girls who haven't got the opportunity to go to school. I want to see the fossil fuels companies who have generated the climate crisis. I want them to contribute to to provide the solutions for the crisis they have created. So COP28 is the time. It's also, again, a time for a lot of words. You remember, the blah, blah, blah speech on climate. And yes, there will be a lot of blah, blah, blah. What happens is, right now in countries, before COP, after COP, I want to see, the role that you've been playing at GPE was, I just said I visited, came home this morning from Kenya, and meeting with the National Education Coalition there, being part of this education cluster in Kenya who are enacting these things, but also holding leaders to account. And that's our role as civil society, as youth leaders, as student leaders, that is to hold leaders to account for all these words that will be coming out yesterday, today, and at the COP and after that. We have to hold them to account. And therefore, I hope that leaders will rally behind this emerging declaration on the climate education nexus. That is crucial at the COP. But I also want us and leaders to support this global movement that will hold them to account and push the agenda forward. And I look at you, and I look at you. I look at the students and look at the youth. It's your generation, it's you who have the force to push leaders to actually put action behind all their nice words. We'll do our part as Oxfam, and I know many of our civil society colleagues will do the same. But the mobilization of a larger movement behind this agenda is just crucial. And I'll be at the COP, and I'll look at I'll put my attention to what happens, and I'll hold you to account for action at the COP as well. But thank you all for attending. I'd also like to just say, you mentioned, I hope you mentioned all, I'd like to mention especially Sabine from GPE and Kira from Oxfam, who are the brain trust behind this. And a lot of other people who have contributed to the practical factors. And could I say, Brian, I was scared to death about the technical execution of this event. Wow, thank you very much for our technical team as well. But it's been a pleasure hosting you, and yes, let's see words become action over the next couple of months. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. Just to end off the event, I just also want to say that often climate spaces can be quite depressing, or people can get really anxious about the future, but events like this make us have a lot of hope. So thank you all so much for creating this space and for having so many youth leaders as part of the discussion as well. And before we close off here, we also wanted to mention that the Youth and Student Leaders Statement will be available on social media. And so all that hard work that these youth put in over the past few days preparing this statement and telling youth leaders, telling world leaders exactly what needs to be done, you can view that later on GPE's social media, so be sure to look out for that as well. Again, thank you all so much in person as well as online who attended this event, and we hope you were able to learn as much from it as we did. Thank you so much.
Bye.